domestic borrowing. In the budget statement last week, CS Bandi said that they are going to borrow 1.03 trillion in the domestic market this coming financial year. When you go to page 24, you will find there is no net
The
domestic
Meteorological
borrowing
Department
number.
has named various areas that are expected to witness changes in weather conditions from today to Monday next week, where most parts of the country are expected to be dry. According to KMD, areas that are likely to receive rain include the eastern and western Rift Valley highlands, the coast and northeastern Kenya. Counties within the eastern highlands include Njeri, Murang'a, Kiambu, Kirinyaga, Embu, Meru and Tharaka Nithi, while the western highlands include Nakuru, Uasin Gishu, Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, Nandi, Kericho, Bomet, Kakamega, Vihiga, Bungoma and Busia. Similar conditions are expected in the coast region, Mombasa, Kilifi, Kwale, Tana River and Lamu, while the northeast includes Garissa, Wajir and Mandera. Meteorologists have now said that night temperatures could drop below 10 degrees Celsius in mountainous areas, while daytime temperatures could rise above 30 degrees in arid regions and the coast. The authority has urged citizens to prepare for the changes in weather conditions, especially severe cold at night and intense heat during the day in various parts of the country. And finally, the Supreme Council of Kenya Muslims the Supreme Council of Kenya Muslims, that is SUPKEM, has condemned an attack carried out at All Saints Cathedral during a post-budget analysis meeting, calling for urgent investigations and firm action against those responsible. SUPKEM National Chairman Hassan Olenado warned that such acts threaten religious freedom and national stability. He noted that the nature of the incident could point to possible backing from influential individuals, insisting that those involved must be identified and prosecuted. The council also pointed to CCTV footage as key evidence, saying it would assist investigators in tracking down the perpetrators and those who may have supported the operation. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Every time he kept on saying he wants a vibrant opposition.
How does it make sense that public money has been used already and then they dare to sell it back to you? Why are they not giving them for free?
That's how broken we are. That's how broken we are.
They're being sent home now for fees. They're going to fail to prepare. We are compromising the futures of these children.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same National Assembly.
Yes. That's our constitution.
This is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Baba should disown these experts and they say they went there on the because he keep on telling us that these experts you came from Dubai and you found them they're already at State House looking for jobs.
Government has to has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Samoei Ruto since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Members of Parliament, they go to State House, they're just promised they get given tea, mandazi, and 100,000. That's not development.
External borrowing, 589 billion. Are we on the same page? What did Parliament pass?
If anything happened to our president today, God forbid, that man would become president. Na ndio alilenga hizo stories za Shakahola.
The real thing is our constitution has only one person who is accountable to us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
I am also a publicly elected official.
Okay.
My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante
We will
sana.
always be here.
The government itself is engaging in corrupt practices. That the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament.
You pay for a passport online. Alafu you're told there are no booklets.
I rebuke matters corruption, because corruption has brought this country to its knees.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do.
Like now, you abandon, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's in itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
And how are you this morning? It's that Tuesday where, yes, we're ready for Tuesday, but it's absolutely crazy today. Good morning, and hope you're doing well at a quarter. Imagine, it's already 6:15. Okay, take a breath. Take a breath, world, and here we are. Hope everybody's doing okay. I am here at this moment by my lonesome, because what Tuesday does to you sometimes is that everything gets all bunched up and then we have to try and figure it out. Dennis Aseto is on his way. We'll then be able to figure it out, because this morning has been like that. How are you? Are you fine? Have you woken up this morning well? I just need to catch my breath, because where did I come running from? Sheesh. If good morning. If he's fine. Jimmy Mambo is there. I can't even see who else is there behind the scenes. Collins Kolo is there. Good morning. I'm just using style to greet everybody. Joy B is there. Good morning. Mutanu is there. I haven't Judy this morning. Let me tell you, there's a whole army of folks that get things together this morning for us. So karibuni sana. Thank you for being here this morning, and a very good morning to you. This is the Situation Room. Nduh here with you today, and Dennis is going to join us in a little bit, but we're going to get into Tuesday and we're going to get into proper. It's the 16th of June already. It's just a fortnight left in the month of June, and then you get into a new year for Kenya. When I say a new year, economically, the fiscal year, the budget year, the budget cycle, the budget year begins on the 1st of July. So still 2 weeks to go in this month to see then what's going to happen as you get into it proper. Sawa. All right, a very good morning to everybody, and thank you for being here. Our live streams are up on YouTube, on Facebook, and on X. And good morning to our audience on KTN. Sorry, guys, a little bit of a bumbling start into Tuesday morning, but you know what? We're here, and we're going to have those conversations as we normally do. So karibuni sana, and thank you for joining us. Sometimes the vehicles do what they do, but we're here anyway. Okay, so as we get into the morning, there'll be a couple of conversations that we'll have, and I'm just going to let you in on what some of those are before we get into it proper. Sawa. We'll start off our conversations today at 7 a.m. and we will do that around our conversations on Game Plan 2027. As you know, we've been talking about what 2027 is going to look like and the kind of carriage that it will have. Professor Alfred Omenya is a policy and governance expert. Strengthening the opposition is what we're going to hear about today. It looks as though there may be cracks here and there. Is it necessary to have an opposition? Must that then be very clear from the get-go what it's going to be? Professor Omenya will join us at 7 a.m. for us to have that conversation.
Okay. Oh, this hullabaloo of passports and rather IDs and whether you can actually give them away for a song. And I mean, yesterday it was interesting because, after the show that we had, I was tagged by some folks in South Africa, and they were talking about the fact that, the whole xenophobic issue comes into play here and what you can or cannot do. Interestingly enough, somebody from Kenya yesterday asked the question and they said, well, what's the problem? Listen to this. If I like Kenya and I want to stay here and I don't have any problem being here, what's the problem with me then spending a little bit of money to get the ID? I promise you, an alive, blood-thumping adult human being asked that question. So people who are buying the IDs maybe don't feel that there's anything wrong with that. And people who are selling it don't feel that way either. Well, we're going to open up this conversation just a little bit with Professor Peter Kagwanja. He'll join us at 8 o'clock and we'll be talking about the ID cards auction impact on the 2027 Kenya elections. Is there a link here that you have more people? I mean, what did we see pictures of? 6 IDs, one person, different names, the same name, different years of issue. And is that what we're looking at? That we have multiple identity cards that may be used for a particular purpose? We're going to open this up a little bit. It doesn't matter if it was in 2022, whether it was in 2025, or whether it was in 1953, or whenever ID cards started. The point is that people can buy an ID for a song. So, is there a problem here? We'll be having that conversation with Professor Kagwanja at 8 o'clock. And then at 9 o'clock, political intolerance is the conversation that we'll be having. Enter goons. Who hired goons? Who paid them 1,000 shillings? Who was escorted by police? Who the church is then now being told to stay out of politics? Why should you have a post-budget forum in church? The Council of Muslims also came out yesterday and also condemned this attack that happened by goons within the church and said, you know what, this space is not where you need to be having this. So, I mean, it's not just the All Saints Cathedral that came out. Religious organizations across board came out and condemned this very act. So now when we're talking about, you guys, this goonism is real, that it is an employment tactic for a lot of people who feel that it does or it achieves a certain purpose. Bishop Dr. George N. Kamau is a thought leader and Deputy General Overseer, Ambassadors for Christ Fellowship, Political Intolerance and the Goons. We'll be having this conversation with him at 9 o'clock. That we also heard the provost of the cathedral come out and say, come on, we can't have this kind of thing. It doesn't matter. That can the church be a guiding light? Yes, it can. Should you castigate it? Perhaps you shouldn't. So these are the conversations that we'll be having today. And I know already it has people with their emotions very high. Park that a little bit and let's try to have some objective conversations today, because the things that we are dealing with are quite something. And we can't be in a situation whereby it's always high pitch fever, tempo go, and that we hurt in the process. There are too many things happening at the same time for us not to be objective about certain things. So those are the conversations that we have in the Situation Room this morning. Wherever you're tuned in from in the country, the region, and the world, this is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. And we'll be talking a lot of these issues, so engage. It was interesting because yesterday when we had the segment of Dear Mr. President, what did people say? That, look, at the very least, I will open up about what I am going through so that maybe somebody will hear me and that we can come together to start to change things one by one. The president apologized yesterday. And for whatever intent or purpose it was meant for, I think it was a good thing. He apologized yesterday and he said he's sorry for his involvement in the police coming out on the streets and shooting Kenyans. And he said never again would he give an order for the police to do this. He did. This happened yesterday from his mouth. He's off to the G7 in a short while, but he said that he is sorry. He made the apology, and we all heard it, right? He did, and I think for anything that it would mean, I think it was a good thing that he did that. And beyond that, I don't know what we can say, but he did make that apology, and he qualified it with certain things. He said
He is sorry for those who lost their sons and daughters. And he also went ahead to say that he would never again give the order for such a thing to happen. Wait and see. Okay. But he made the apology. Accept. Okay. It's 24 minutes after 6 o'clock. And as you know, this week we are in Guinea-Bissau. This is where Aseto has taken us. And I want to share today's proverb with you, something for you to then be able to ponder. And then we'll look into it a little while. I can see you guys tuning in and getting into the room this morning. We'll say hello to you. Thank you for being here. And I want to encourage us to, again, be objective in our discussions. And let's try the very best to start with an example of be builders and edifiers and not tearers down. From Guinea this morning, this is it. The man who borrows trousers should not run. This is from Guinea-Bissau. Find it on your map. But the man who borrows trousers should not run. What would you make of that? It'd be interesting to say. Tell us in the comments this morning and we can talk about this later. If you're depending on others, be careful not to create problems. That's something that we can look into. If you are depending on others, be careful not to create problems. Also, if you borrowed a pair of trousers for you to make it from point A to point B, there is a possibility that those trousers could not fit you. They could be too big, so they would fall off on the way. So you want to be careful how you navigate. Or they could be too small. So if you ran, they could rip. And you also want to be careful how you navigate. Same thing. That you need to be careful with the assistance of others because you don't know what would happen if you misuse it. Yes, I like this proverb. I really do. Okay, so we're going to say hello to you and thank you for tuning into the room. Just a reminder that if you're silently listening to the Situation Room this morning, very glad to have you here, that you're very interested in making sure that we're having builder conversations that build. Meanwhile, Njeri's here trying to reach somewhere and she can't, so she's stepping on the chair. It's quite a fun thing to watch. I'm telling you, the things that make me happy every morning. It's quite humorous and entertaining. So we'll say a very good morning to you. Our live streams are on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. And those who, like I said, those who listen silently and those who tune in every day to then be able to engage. Engagement is important. Unto action. A very good morning to you, Samuel Bisimwa, who is tuned in this morning and says, good morning, Spice Family. A very good morning to you. D Combo says, good morning, Spice Family. Good morning to you as well. Robert Mbogo, tuned in from Mombasa. Good morning and karibu sana. Leo says, hello, Princess Nduh and Aseto. Aseto is coming, but he's hearing those greetings, I'm sure. Was the 2 billion shilling compensation factored into the budget? This is interesting because I've poured through the pages and I've not been able to find it, but it could be under something else. Do you understand that there are budgets that could be named like miscellaneous or and others? This could be under that. I can't say. But it's definitely something to look into. I'm going to pour through those pages again and see if we can find it. So that's the kind of the answer to the question. Is the state ready to abide by recommendations that it should apologize for the atrocities against its citizens? Well, the president started with that yesterday. Bernard Ogamba says, good morning. The only radio program that died, not play any music, but still, the only radio program that does not play any music but still most relevant and followed. I am so disturbed with radio. There have been gambling sites, Mara, Cheza and others. I hear you, Bernard, but here we are. This is Talk Radio. Leo is asking, why was tear gas thrown into the near indoor arena during a volleyball match? This regime is serving tear gas like confetti. I am not quite sure the details behind that. But yes, we did see that people had to run to safety during that volleyball match. There was something going on. That, remember, it was Ulinzi playing, gosh, I don't know. But one of the tear gas canisters went off. Whether it went off accidentally or whether it was actually lobbed is what is still trying to be determined, okay? But then the question also comes in that why would you have a tear gas canister at a volleyball match? Do you see now my confusion? I would also be wondering somehow the same thing. Because I don't understand. I mean, you bring a bottle of water, maybe a ball, tear gas canister. I played sports, so I don't know, man. I don't know I do that. Kimiak says, good morning. My son was unwell yesterday. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hope he's doing better. What was wrong? I missed you guys, but we are now doing better after hospital. Ah, fantastic. At least Shah worked out. This is a good thing, Kimiak. And you see why I'm talking about objective conversation? Because, Kimiak, you do have some reservations, but you're mature enough, able enough to say, yes, we went and Shah did work. but you still say nothing good will come out of the Kenya Kwanzaa administration. Give me a good morning to you. I'm glad the little boy is doing better. And, I just have to say thank you for being there to take care of your son. I think sometimes these thankless things that we do and many would say it's your responsibility, as it's your job, but I'm glad that you were there for him. Desmond T says, good morning. OT Des, 2027 presidential candidate, Mwanze Kunita Mesh. Really? Well, a good morning to you. Peter Kiaria is tuned in this morning. Keep your standards high and don't settle for something because it's available. Man, Peter Kiaria, where was that message like 14 months ago when I needed you? Peter, I myself should have kept my standards high. Hisa Daniel says, good morning, Spice. When you sell your brother, even the buyer cannot trust you. Kabisa. Boba Coco says, good morning, Nduh and Dennis, listening in from Karachuonyo. Ushikwepo Shikamana. Hey, now Dennis is not here to tell me what that means. The goon who was nabbed did spill the beans, and now Kenyans know that who is behind goonism. This is the thing. They take your 1,000 shillings, and then they rat you out. And they tell you, yeah, that's the guy who gave us the money, man. I was just doing it for the coin. Okay. You know who these people are. Who was it that was telling us the other day that we had this conversation? It was Cyprian Yamamu who says, we know who these people are. You know who you should vote for. You know who the bad eggs in the basket are. What are you going to do with that information? Wesut says, tuned in this morning from Durban. A very good morning to you. And Clement Ochola also tuned in this morning from Malindi. Mvua too the whole night. Showers of blessing, brother. Let's look at it like that. Standing Gasha is tuned in this morning. Team TSR, good morning. Tuned in from Juja. You're waking up early at railways. You realize you are not alone. The back to school hustle is real. We pray for calm to resume in schools. Back to school, where again? Are we not going on midterm? Or where do I live? Tips Mungai says, good morning, SpiceFM team. If we're going to sin, we must sin quietly. This was said by Eric Griffith Jones, Attorney General to Kenya. Do it quietly, don't tell anybody. Usana Mark says, good morning, Spice family. Hii reduction ya fuel price ni gani? Sioni tofauti kwa petrol ni sawa tu. Yeah, 22 cents. Fiery Red says, good morning. Aseto, good morning, everybody. Another day to receive your flowers. Asante sana kabisa. Good morning to you. Many thanks for doing this tirelessly. Much appreciated. You are a gem. Fiery Red, thank you so much. Achieng says, good morning, tuned in from Achieng, I beg your pardon. It says, good morning, Nduh and Aseto, tuned in from Ulchin in Montenegro. How about that? Well, a very good morning to you. Mutuflani says, good morning to the princess, Sir Shut Up, and the squad. So now DCI is pardoning goons and compensating the victims with cash. Yeah, you're gonna need something probably stronger or a double of that, Mutuflani. Tula Omar says, good morning, Nduh. I'm worried about the IDs being sold. You should be. We'll talk about that with Professor Kagwanja this morning. Mutuflani Atisa, shut up. Yeah. Mutuflani has christened Dennis, so shut up. Eric Nganga is tuning in this morning and says, glad to be back. While our focus is on the finance bill, a US plane was spotted in Laikipia Air Base, just for your information. Hey, okay. Or Eric Orr says, good morning, guys. Good morning to you, Eric. And you look good in olive green. Thank you, Rahim Tula. Lohimbo is tuned in this morning, tuning from Dar. Looking forward to today's conversation. Of course, thank you for being here. The SA situation is complex and deeper than the way we see and hear it. I lived there for 18 years and I know it well. Yeah, I think there are very many layers to this conversation. Unfortunately, the output is the thing that we then apply in a one uniform manner, and we can't do that without understanding what's really going on. But the truth of the matter is that xenophobia should not have any place in our conversation. It shouldn't. And everything that we can do to wipe it out should be. I know it's a difficult situation to have, and that's where we are at the moment, unfortunately. Good morning, Team Spice, says Sarah Kilonzo. Very good morning to you. Cyrus Yagon is tuned in this morning and says, good morning, Karibu. I love to see everybody getting into the room today. It's great. Let's talk together. Joshua Mulwa is tuned in from Upper Hill. Has the Immigration Department responded to the ID issue? No, my brother, they have not. I don't think they will. I'm just giving my... I don't know. Ramtula says, you cannot attack a church, then you are shocked when the mosques and temples and Gurdwara and synagogues condemn the attack. Can't be, you can't. I mean, come on, because it could be them tomorrow. Absolutely. And everybody has come together and say, this is not acceptable. You can't do that. You say he can keep the sorry to himself. You don't want the sorry? Joshua says he made the apology and you believed him. I believed that the words came out of his mouth. That's what I said. I saw the words coming out of his mouth. I heard the words coming out of his mouth. That's what I believed. Okay. Apologies, Ingine Ziwekwe, where the sun don't shine. Woo-wee. Okay. Boba Coco says the cents vanished a long time ago, and that's what you reduce the petrol fuel. It's actually quite insulting. Eric Nganga says Kenyans are tired from the nonsense. Okay, I hear you. Isa Kale says, today I'm listening from the background. Good morning to you, Isa. I'm here cheering you on as Aseto takes a nap. He's not napping, no, he's on the way. A little bit of logistical technical issues this morning, but he is on the way. Simon is also tuned in. Simon Wihu tuned in this morning. Team Spice Empress Nduh and Aseto keep the conversation going. Kabisa. A very good morning from Umoja City. I saw the airport got a new customer from Zambia. That would be Zimbabwe. We'll talk about that in just a minute. Patrick Arum says, good morning. Teachers who manned national exams last year have not been paid. Excuse me. Hello. Teachers who manned national exams last year have not been paid. Last year, we're in June. So Boaz Naliana unfortunately says that Shah did not work for his wife. He paid 10,000 cash for her treatment. Nothing good. Yikes. Bangi Juma, we see you. Good morning, Team Spice. How are you all this blessed morning? During the abduction and shooting in the legs, who was the commander-in-chief? Mr. President, your apologies are not accepted. Ooh-wee. Chav says, good morning, Nduh and Aseto. Dave Mangera says, good morning, Nduh and Deno. Edwin Juma is tuned in this morning from Muscat in Oman. A very good morning to you. Mukwaya Mpebelezi says, good morning, Situation Room, Kenya. Mkwaya Nchia, Mafioso na Makachinja. Ooh-wee. Edwin Juma says JKIA and is saying, yikes, I know. We'll share that story with you in just a bit. Osana Emily says, good morning. Chivayo private jet, Chivayo JKIA. How now? Hey, mkubwa kweli, makubwa haya. Yep, that's the stuff that we're looking at this morning because it's already starting to get crazy and we haven't even looked into the headlines yet. Mutuflani, I think you're going to need a double. That's what it sounds like this morning. All right, we're coming on 25 minutes to 7 o'clock and we'll get into those conversations this morning. As you get into the room, even after we've done this, take our greetings. It's very lovely to have you in the room this morning as we get into these conversations, and thank you for doing this with us every morning. We'll come back and look into what the headlines have to say. Keep it here with us. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with Spice FM.
All right. Really chilly conditions in Nairobi. Temperatures are dropping significantly through the day. We will see a high of 23. It's currently at 10 degrees and the sun is trying to peek through those clouds. Looking into a sunny Nakuru at 11, we'll see a high of 25. It's 10 degrees in Njeri this morning. Sunny conditions still with a high of 23. It's 18 and mostly clear into Kisumu. And temperatures also dropping into Kakamega where it's 14 this morning with a high of 28. 23 and mostly cloudy into Mombasa, while at 24, light rain sprinkling through Malindi. 17 and sunny into Marsabit. And it's 16 and partly cloudy into parts of Kampala. 23 and cloudy in Dar es Salaam, while it's 7 degrees and clear into Johannesburg. It is 25 and mostly clear in Lagos and 16 and cloudy in London. 26 and cloudy looking into Beijing, while Monday night in New York is clear at 19. Coming into Tuesday, we'll see a high of 24 and a low of 15.
Chilled Spice. Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, where are you heading out from this morning? We're going to start on the thicker superhighway because you can really tell the temperature of what the morning is going to look like from here. It's not too bad coming in from that Roy Road Junction, crossing over towards the northern bypass at that interchange. As you come out through towards Kasarani and then on towards the Pangani underpass, it's going to clog up just a little bit, but nothing too crazy at this point. As you're coming off Cabanas, in and outbound traffic is already starting to build up. We're going to go towards North Airport Road and traffic heading in towards Embakasi. Outbound as well is starting to build. Southern bypass looks really good as you're heading out towards Karen. You don't have to go through the city. Use it. It's a scenic view. You might catch a buffalo or two this morning. On Gong Road doesn't look too bad either. You'll get into the city without a problem, at least not for now. And coming off of Rhino Dinga Way, a smidgen of traffic as you cross over the bridge, but you'll be okay getting into the city. We're going to keep an eye on things as they hot up. SpiceFM KE on X hashtag The Situation Room.
online, mobile, and on radio. Twitter at SpiceFM KE. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Thank you for being here. It's now 22 minutes to 7 o'clock. And let's look into the headlines. Okay, guys, saddle up. You know how the captain says, welcome aboard? Because this one, it's interesting that we're also talking about an airport deal here. Okay, so on the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, JKIA 375 billion shillings deal. It is Chivayo. That's what's on the headline. Take a breath, because the government has awarded a stake in the 375 billion shilling JKIA expansion to a firm owned by Zimbabwean businessman Wikinel Chivayo, a familiar face at State House with close ties to President William Ruto, reviving scrutiny of the project months after the collapse of the Adani deal amid public outrage. The new arrangement sees Chivayo linked interests brought in as partners by a Chinese consortium, a move already raising questions over how he secured a foothold in such a sensitive national project. How? Critics point to his prior fraud conviction, while the Law Society of Kenya is demanding full disclosure of the contract terms and warning against what it calls a repeat of the same opacity under a different name. Whether you use Adani coming from South Asia or Central Asia, or you use Chivayo coming from South Central Africa, it smells fishy. If it walks like a duck, it's not a giraffe. That's what I keep saying. So this is going to be a very interesting one to look into. I'm going to give you details of that in just a minute. Yes. So to do was it properly bidded? Did it go through the tender process? How did they come at this agreement? You see all those questions that you're asking right now, like, okay, how did they even lock horns and say that it was going to be him who was going to work on this contract, his business, this consortium, upon what were the details upon which it was arrived at? The nitty-gritty of this needs to be made very clear. I have seen the model design of what we've all seen. I mean, it's in public knowledge of what the new design airport is going to look like. Top notch. I think it would be fantastic if it gets done. Now, the process. Remember that thing we keep talking about, the process through which you awarded a particular firm the contract to then do this, then comes into question. And those are the questions now that the Law Society of Kenya is saying, let us know what exactly this is about so that we can be sure that we've not sneaked in a teaspoon or two of corruption. You know what I'm saying? Yes. So we'll look into that story in just a bit. Matiang'i warns of ID fraud crisis and blames state for enabling cartels. Many might ask what happened, because Matiang'i was the super CS during the time where a lot of the dates that we see on these ID cards were issued. Now, many have said, okay, well, if the ID itself was fake, it's very possible for anybody to have put a fake date on the ID. Follow me so far? Okay. He's called it out and said, you're enabling cartels and you need to actually stop. And his quote is, it is very shameful to say the very least, and I hope those in leadership will handle this matter with the seriousness that it deserves. Let me tell you, if somebody can get your ID as your nation for 15,000 or maybe even less, or maybe a cup of tea and a song, there's a problem. I said it yesterday. And I'll say people took me, castigated me, said, how can you come and talk about things that you don't know? I don't know. I don't know who, I don't know where, I don't know when. But what I do know is that you should not be able to hand over your national document, which is the purview of citizens, whether by natural attrition, whether by birth, marriage, whatever. It's their right to have. You should not be able to hand that over to somebody else for 15,000 bob. I'm saying something crazy? I don't know. CS defends fuel levy and says diesel prices cut by 10 shillings. So Opio Wandai says, no. He has defended the government on the recent fuel pricing measures, saying interventions through the Petroleum Development Levy have helped shield Kenyans from rising fuel costs. Sawa. Okay, it's down, man. According to the Premier, no social media for under 16s in the UK.
So this is a new rule, a new law in the country, and it's saying that if you're 16 and below, all these things that you people used to do nonsense anyhow, they're saying no, we're not doing that anymore. The PM Starmer says the sites expose children to dangerous and addictive content. Stakeholders' voice is divided, as some saying the move will keep children safe online, others think it will push children into less regulated spaces. But the Prime Minister is saying social media children under 16, no. Hi, Dennis.
Hi, Nduh.
Good morning.
Morning, I.
I'm fine. How are you?
Good.
Yeah. Walikufanya hii kitu?
Tumebadilisha miguu ya gari.
Pole sana.
We made it.
You are good though.
I am here.
Nimeona. It's cold.
It's cold out there.
Even if he is walking around with a portable fireplace.
Okay.
Something like that. Okay, I'll give you a minute to chill. While
we can continue.
The PM in the United Kingdom,
in London
town, has said that children under if this rule comes into play, that children under the age of 16, no social media for you.
Okay.
Because it's too dangerous. Dangerous.
My question is in the implementation.
Well, where it is now is that she's likely to face a leadership challenge in the coming weeks. Social media sites are exposing children to content that is dangerous and designed to be addictive. This is what the Prime Minister said. The ban will include platforms like Snapchat, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and X, but not messaging services such as WhatsApp. This, according to the government. Yes, she's going to face backlash. The PM is going to face backlash. That is for sure. He will face the backlash.
Because then the responsibility majorly then lies with the parents. Because when you talk about social media for an underage, there's a high possibility it is now for the parents perhaps to not give children phones.
True. But the thing I'm also thinking is that you just think about any situation where you are right now. That if there's a child between the age of 10 and 18, 5 and 18, what's the first thing that they're doing when you sit in any social gathering? First thing. First thing, and you can just already... this is going to be a hard task for him.
It is.
And that when they get to Parliament, because you can't just say things in the UK. You don't just say things on the side of the road and then implement it. No.
It's called House of Representatives.
It will go to the House. I don't know. It'll be just interesting to see how it happens.
I mean, Kistama has a long way to go with that.
It's going to be difficult.
Because also the question then is, what's the responsibility of social media companies and their role in ensuring that content that is on their platform is good for children?
They're not going to, I can tell you for free.
Exactly.
That they're not going to regulate the content that they put.
Yes.
They will have community guidelines. They will talk about safety procedures and all of that. But they will not because it makes, for number one, it makes them a ton of money.
True.
And it also gives them the audiences, which again lead to a ton of money. So the bottom line is the dollar, my friend. You will not tell them to remove the thing.
I think the only way is they will have to pass a law that then gives them access to data on the social media platforms within the UK for them to determine then the kind of information that went on the social media and perhaps find them on the same. I mean, it's a long way.
Unless you put up, now will you start putting up firewalls whereby, or paywalls whereby, or just information walls where you have to confirm the age of a child to then allow you past? I don't know, man. It seems a real muddy at this point.
I mean, it's a little bit muddy, but let's see how they handle it. Perhaps maybe it will also be an example for the whole world on how to handle it.
True.
Yep.
Zimbabwean fraudsters firm secures a stake in the 375 billion shilling JKIA deal. You heard? Rewind selector.
Okay. Play. Pull up selector.
Zimbabwean fraudsters firm secures stake in 375 billion shilling JKIA deal. I'm going to read that story in a little bit, but you just palm with that one for a minute.
Okay.
Because now we're asking a question on the next page as to whether CEC Kerich is suspended or on an official visit to the US. Sasa, Dubai,
US.
Nikama.
Okay.
Fresh controversy has emerged over the whereabouts and employment status of Nairobi County's finance CEC Charles Kerich after conflicting accounts were presented before the High Court on Monday, where the matter came up before Justice Patricia Nyaundi at the Constitutional and Human Rights Division on Monday. Kerich's lawyer, Duncan Okach, said his client was not on the run, as widely reported, but had been away on official trip and was on working leave. So which one is it? Official trip, working leave, Nigani. My client has been abroad and on an official visit. We will request 21 days when he will have come back and he is able to sign documents for filing in court. The lawyer maintained Kerich was not evading justice, but was instead on an official trip, a disclosure that immediately deepened uncertainty over his legal and administrative status at City Hall. What makes the lawyer's claim more contentious is that it comes just days after Governor Johnson Sakaja issued a statement indicating Kerich had been suspended from his position following his contempt sentence. So which is it? Honorable Ibrahim Auma Nyangong shall act in the capacity of County Executive Committee Member for Finance and Economic Planning, effective immediately. When you say that, what happens to the person who was there before?
Yeah.
Are they not...
Have you fired them?
If you are still working,
Yeah.
and somebody is in your
Acting
position,
capacity.
what does that say about you? Just basic mathematics. Ama,
Yeah.
maybe it's us who don't
Understand
these things. You know, you can be speaking a lot of English, but eventually...
You know what I'm looking forward to? Because we're living in a time when the judiciary is has been highly digitized. That means we can even hold proceedings online. Why are we not seeing the lawyer request the court that because my client is outside the country, why don't we have this matter digitally online and I will avail my client on that platform?
You're very sharp. In fact, you can have my portion of Omena for today.
Because
hello,
right?
You can do it online.
Yeah. You know, so that the gentleman himself can tell the court exactly where he is, what he is doing there, and also tell the court when he will be back to the country and attend the matter physically. It's a digital world, though. Tulitengeneza digital superhighway. They said kilometers.
Kilometer.
This is at that point where you say the judiciary is working. Yes.
Well.
Yes.
You know, when you were not here, I told them how
the
president apologized to Kenyans yesterday.
Okay.
He said he's sorry.
Okay.
And that he should never have given the order, and that he'll never give such an order again.
Shoot on the leg?
Anywhere, even shoot in the air. Not going to happen. Lakini Wakenya wamesema wataki.
My friend,
People
you
say they
shot
don't
me in
want
the leg,
the
I'm on a
apology.
wheelchair.
Sasa,
when you take responsibility for your actions and your utterances, I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's just how it is.
It is what it is.
Yeah, an apology does not take away an illegality. An illegality is sorted by justice. And in this case, if by your statement, someone was hurt, extrajudicial killing was happened, excess use of force by the police took place because of your order. Unaonangele kitu nasemanga command responsibility.
Sasa, ni kama utakuwa unakuja late. Kila siku juu. This wisdom that you're dispensing this morning is jury. But I like it.
You know, it's like, okay, you slapped me, right? You apologized. Does that take away the pain? Does it take away the marks on my face?
No, please.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay.
Mambo ni hivyo.
Okay. Sawa.
Because also, see, the katiba that we usually say is clear. Says what? Everybody has right to life.
Yes.
And also the police were the protectors of the law.
Yes.
Have their modus operandi and operational procedures. Right? So when they kill, what's supposed to be done?
Go to jail.
No.
Oh, sorry.
The gun is taken.
First
Ballistics is done.
Yeah.
You're taken to court.
Yeah.
If you're guilty, you're charged. Justice has been dispensed. You made an order. You have apologized. Thank you very much. We accept apology. But still, People were killed.
You can say, wanapewa pesa. This process, ndio sababu your headline imeandikwa hapo on page 8. Process to compensate victims of violence begins with an apology from the president.
Even better. Apology accepted. Compensation accepted. Compensation is what? Admittance of guilt.
Hey, Aseto. I'm liking this.
Why would I compensate you if I've not hurt you?
Why do I give you 50 million if... Okay, shh.
Why do you give me 50 million if you're not feeling some type of way for shooting me on the leg?
Hey, okay.
Like what we said the other day.
Yes.
If you beat me up to a pulp and you apologize, my next request is take me back to the state
Return
I
me
was.
to before the beating.
Yes. Can
Before
you
the
do
pulp.
that? No.
Sasa ni kama hata wewe utaki hii apology.
Ninyo? Apology, asanti. We accept you've taken responsibility for your actions. Beyond
However,
responsibility, justice must be given.
So, I don't even have an argument. There seem to be. Have you watched? It's an old movie. It was acted in by Sean Connery. Oh my God, that man. Anyway, let's remain focused.
Yes.
There's a movie called The Untouchables. Go and watch that movie.
Okay.
It would appear as though, according to this story on page 9, that there are untouchables inside a cabinet where failure gets rewarded. Me, Sisa, Sita, Sema, what I need you to do is buy a copy of the Standard. It seems as though also this story is covered on The Nation, which we will talk about as well. Court orders, Ruto courts, village elders with monthly stipends in two-term plan. He has even taken the name and called it plan ya two-term. Tutakuwa tunawapea pesa. Our boarding schools are not much different from prisons. Ooh, my friends. Jahira Gitai is talking about that in the opinion pages of the Standard today and says, prison, boarding school. Same. When you think about what happens, you can draw parallels between both experiences. Now, if that's the case, then maybe what Janet Okoh said the other day about perhaps it's time to rethink boarding schools is actually a real conversation. Turu. How do you say minutes in Kiswahili?
Minutes, dakika.
Dakika Machache. Tell us what's happening in the Daily Nation.
Court orders don't matter to them. Health Cabinet Secretary Eden Duale battling charges of advancing US Ebola facility in violation of court orders. Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Badi fighting contempt proceedings for duty-free rice imports. Contempt. You thought it's only Kerich. Shock on you. Attorney General Dorcas Oduor renamed in the Ebola facility proceedings of alleged non-compliance with disclosure orders, and Defense Principal Secretary Patrick Mariru faces contempt claims over delayed payments to 1982 attempted coup torture victims, and Forestry Principal Secretary Gitonga Mugambi accused of defying court order halting destruction of an airstrip in Imenti Forest, and Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja in trouble after police erected barbed wire barricades to block protesters from the city center.
You're joking.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 individuals, senior ranking officers in the government, wote wako kotini for doing what?
Disobeying court orders.
Court orders is a saje?
Chan.
Yes. Now,
wait, they're in court for disobeying court orders. I like
everybody has a contempt.
It's even Dorcas Oduor.
Yeah.
She gives a mean curtsy though, that's for sure.
But anyway, so are you surprised why other junior officers, like in the county assemblies, would not respect court orders? Because you set the precedence.
Absolutely.
2 billion shillings payout for over 1,000 protest victims. 1,000 protest victims. The president said, and I quote, "Let me also be clear about what these payments are and what they are not. They are not the price of a life, of pain, or of loss. No figure could ever be." That's why I said justice is our shield and defender.
Suggestion. Oh, sorry. Defender.
Yeah. Justice is our shield and
defender.
Compensation is admittance of guilt. Israel lifts Ebola ban on travelers from Kenya after protests.
Rwanda too.
Anyway, let's move swiftly. How Kenyan students beat 210,000 rivals to win global ICT titles. So 3 Kenyan students have won the grand prize in a competition on prowess in cloud computing, artificial intelligence, and other emerging technologies. They scooped the highest honor in the Huawei ICT competition global finals in China.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Apple, we give you your flowers. We say, work well done.
Congratulations.
Yes. The only people who need to utilize that are individuals who are Maju and cannot access court orders. There are people here with skills who will tell you how AI is working. It's true.
Okay.
It's true. Dual certification aims to recognize both academic and vocational skills. So dual certification is designed to recognize that now learners who acquire practical skills will also receive a skills acquisition certificate. So CBE is a reality where we see someone would get certificates for their skills. Now, how students beat 210 rivals to win global ICT, that is in page 3 as well. Now we go to page 4, if I could only turn the paper. Now, loads of impunity. More officials face sanctions for defying court orders. Hey, wameitwa nini? Loads of impunity.
Yani?
Si mimi, ni gazette, page 4, ndio imesema.
Okay.
Nduh tunaweza sema, ok an en gazette, ndio imesema.
Ok an
Gazette imesema. Si mimi. 2 billion shillings payout for over 1,000 protest victims. That is in page 6. We see President William Ruto next to Deputy President
his name is Kithure Kindiki.
Yes, Kithure Kindiki. We have CJ Martha Koome and Chairperson Clarice Oganga of Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Page 10. Ruto and opposition scramble for Western's 3.2 million vote basket. Akia Mungu, do you know? Tumefika campaign season.
Ni kama tuko tu just kubali. That's where we are.
But mimi nauliza, when you have the constitution that tells you exactly when you're supposed to be campaigning, and you seem to be campaigning, where is the Attorney General advisor to government? Where is IEBC on its laws and rules on campaign? Where is EACC on ethics and flouting of the law? Where is police on investigation and arrest? Where is the judiciary in interpreting the law on when campaigning should be done?
Uncle, see.
Yes, sister.
All this big English that you're using to talk. Are you not the one who just told us just now that people are... You said call them lords of impunity.
Oh.
All those people that you mentioned were mentioned in the previous story. Now it's those people that you want to come and tell you not to campaign. I beg. See, I've taken back my omena from you now. I don't understand.
It's 7 a.m.
Sheesh. Really? Well, I don't know. What?
Huh? You see, this Sharia is for everybody else.
Okay.
Than the elite.
The rest of you can just hang out in the corner. In fact, the rest of you can actually start to partake of my omena. Where? It's for breathing heavily. Mutuflani, how far with that glass? Good morning, 7 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. President William Ruto has left the country for France to attend the G7 summit, where he's expected to present Africa's economic agenda and push for reforms in the global financial system. According to State House, President Ruto received a special invitation from French President Emmanuel Macron. State House said the invitation reflects Kenya's growing influence in international affairs and its role in defending the interests of Africa and the global south. At the summit, President Ruto will meet with some of the world's top leaders, including U.S. President Donald Trump, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, and Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi Sana. This comes, the president is expected to present a joint African position proposed at the African Forward Summit held in Nairobi last month. The position covers economic reforms, climate change, digital development, and access to affordable capital for African countries. Israel has reversed its decision to include Kenya on a list of countries subject to Ebola-related entry restrictions during a warm response from Nairobi after a brief diplomatic row between the two nations. Principal Secretary for Foreign Affairs Dr. Korir Singaway welcomed the decision of Israel to remove Kenya from the list of countries subject to Ebola-related restrictions, saying he was grateful for their sensitivity, friendship, and partnership. The restrictions were introduced through a directive dated June 10th, issued by the Population and Immigration Authority of the State of Israel through the Border Control Office at Ben Gurion International Airport. Under the directive, foreign citizens and residents of 5 African countries, the Democratic Republic of Congo, South Sudan, Rwanda, Kenya, and Uganda, were prohibited from boarding flights to Israel. Kenyans will enjoy reduced fuel prices starting next month following a new peace deal between the United States and Iran that is expected to ease tensions in the Middle East. Speaking in Nduh County, Energy Cabinet Secretary Okoh Ndai said the deal could reopen the strait, or a vital route used to transport a large portion of Kenya's imported oil. According to Ndai, stability in the region could lead to a drop in oil prices in the world market and ultimately reduce prices at petrol stations in the country. Furthermore, the Cabinet Secretary assured Kenyans that the country has sufficient oil reserves until the end of July this year, and that the government continues to collaborate with the private sector to ensure there is no shortage of petroleum products.
We are hopeful that in the wake of the truce between the USA and Iran, the global market of petroleum products is going to stabilize and normalcy is going to resume in the fullness of time. If and when that happens, the benefits will definitely accrue to Kenyan consumers. And as government, we remain the guarantor. Yes, we remain the guarantor. We just want to call for understanding as we navigate this difficult situation. So by and large, we are looking forward to better times if we can just unite as a country and support the government in its initiatives.
According to international markets reports, crude oil prices have already fallen by about 4 to 5%. The widow of former Dutch businessman Tob Cohen, Sarah Wairimu, broke down in tears in court on Monday after investigators played a video showing Cohen's body being found in a water tank at his home in Kitisuru. The video was presented in the High Court during the testimony of former Parklands Police Commander James Muribo, along with officers from the Department of Criminal Investigation who are investigating the murder. During his testimony, Muribo said that months before Cohen's disappearance and murder in 2019, the businessman had reported being attacked by Wairimu. Muribo explained that Cohen had submitted the report to the Parklands police station along with medical documents, including a P3 form. However, plans to arrest Wairimu were thwarted after Cohen failed to cooperate with the police. In addition, DCI detectives explained to the court how they found Cohen's body after a thorough search of the house. They said they discovered an area covered with concrete, wood and soil over a sewage tank. Safina Party leader Jimmy Wanjigi has raised concerns about the national debt, urging transparency in the estimated amount of money to be borrowed in this year's budget. Wanjigi says the government has so far not released a clear statement on the level of domestic borrowing to be taken, which he says makes the national debt situation an unbearable burden on the people.
Look at what is called the budget revenue estimates, which we are going to circulate copies. Those copies are going to tell you that in those budget estimates, according to Article 220 of the Constitution, they constitute the revenue estimates, the taxes the budget is going to collect, the grants and the loans that they wish Parliament to pass in this coming financial year. If you look at them, and we are circulating these copies, you will find there is an aspect called domestic debt, domestic loans, domestic borrowing. In the budget statement last week, CS Bandi said that they are going to borrow 1.03 trillion in the domestic market this coming financial year. When you go to page 24, you will find there is no net domestic borrowing number.
That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
I am also a publicly elected official.
Okay.
My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante
We will
sana.
always be here.
The government itself is engaging in corrupt practices. That the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament.
You pay for a passport online. Alafu you're told there are no booklets.
I rebuke matters corruption because corruption has brought this country to its knees.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Members of parliament, they go to settle, they just promised they get given tea, mandazi, and 100,000. That's not development.
External borrowing, 589 billion. Are we on the same page? What did parliament pass?
If anything happened to our president today, God forbid, that man would become president. Na ndio alilenga hizo stories za Shakahola.
The real thing is our constitution has only one person who is accountable to us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Every time he kept on saying he wants a vibrant opposition.
How does it make sense that public money has been used already and then they dare to sell it back to you? Why are they not giving them for free?
That's how broken we are. That's how broken we are.
They are being sent home now for fees. They're going to fail to prepare. We are compromising the futures of these children.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you. It's 9 minutes after 7 o'clock. And on the 16th day of June, this is the Situation Room, where you tuned in around the world this morning. Folks tuning in from all over the place, from the land down under, in Montenegro, in the UK, the US, around the African continent, from Zimbabwe to Zambia to South Africa to Tanzania, Uganda, here in Kenya, looking into the West, where our proverb is from this morning, all around the world. This is the Situation Room, and we're having these conversations because it affects us in the little world in which you operate in, and in the world where the rest of the world actually does. Karibuni sana, and thank you for being with us this morning. We're going to get into it today, and as we touch in on this conversation this hour, our guest is already here in the studio. Wamoya amesema nikusalimie Dennis. Okay, see now me, I am an obedient child. As instructed, I follow instructions. My mother would be proud. So thank you everybody for being here this morning. I'm getting into our conversation this hour, and Professor Alfred Omenya is here. He's a public governance expert. But before we get into that, you've been powering us up this week.
Yes. And I've been powering you because as much as we come to this show every morning, we talk about systems that should work. I'm here to tell you there is a system in your car that is high in tech, you know. So you need a TPMS sensor. TPMS looks at the pressure in your vehicle. If you have a flat tire, you know, ask me about it today.
That's the
you know,
okay.
I would have known, you know what I mean? So here you have your AC, you have your start-stop technology, you have your sunroof system as well. everything needs to be powered, and you need to have the right battery for that system in your vehicle to work smoothly, and one would say you get what I mean? So here we are to tell you that Chloride Exide has engineered the perfect solution with a premium Exide battery range, including the Exide Matrix. So Exide Matrix is that battery where when you're using it, you are sure that every other system in your vehicle will work. You know, there's that thing that you usually pull under your seat. Nowadays, it is automatic. It's just a button you press in under you, mbele, chini, and you adjust. You know, lumbar support is there. You have massage seats, heat and cooling seats as well. The steering is heated so that as Evelyn comes in the morning, everything has been catered for because you have a battery that is working. So you need to ask for the brand that works for you. Any Chloride Exide shop out there will be able to give you the battery that you do need, because that car must work as an ambassador of fine things in life.
Of course.
Chloride Exide does what? Complements that fact.
Kabisa.
Yes.
There's a reason why it is Dennis who is powering things up this week, because I don't know that I would have been able to.
But you see, the greatest thing about it as well, you don't just buy it. It comes with 18 months warranty. 18
months warranty.
Yes.
Good things, I'm telling you. All right, and maybe that's what you need to be powered up as we go into Game Plan 2027, because it's a segment that we've been looking into, and we'll be looking to it weekly, and to say that where are we going with this? And of course, we're having the united opposition conversation with policy and governance expert Professor Alfred Omenya. Good morning again.
Good morning, Nduh.
How are you,
Dennis? I'm very well.
Yeah.
Under the circumstances.
Oh wow.
In Kenya, you have to qualify.
Yeah. How you are well.
Otherwise, people may think that you're an alien.
Is that a good place to be?
Where, Mars or Jupiter?
No, you have to qualify.
Wow. I think perhaps we'll find the answer to that by the time this conversation is over. But we're looking at strengthening the opposition, and if there is a need to actually do so. That we talk about strengthening the opposition, but hang on a minute. Everybody's talking about unification of the opposition, strengthening the opposition. Well, maybe we can flip it and ask, does it need to happen? But before we do that, there's a country which, because of how you travel, Prof, it's possible that you may have been there. But I'll allow Dennis to let you know what that is.
So this country has something called Bijago's Archipelago, because it has 80 islands that makes it.
Right.
The capital is Bissau. The country is Guinea-Bissau.
Guinea-Bissau.
See? Yes. You know, and you think of visiting the place when you are next to Dunga Beach, you'll see hippos, right?
Yes.
And everyone thinks hippos just do fresh water, but in Guinea-Bissau, their hippos swim in salt water. So when you visit, that is their version of Big Five.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
So that's good tourism. Right. But let's
Not
go
Kenyans
to
showing off with their wildlife.
Oh, yes. You know? Yeah, but let's go to the proverb. The man who borrows trousers should not run. The man who borrows trousers should not run. How would you interpret it?
The man who borrows trousers should not run.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, it is. Before I mention the proverb, I think I need to partner with the Guinea-Bissau people, because at some point I made a statement that almost got me kicked out of African Union.
Yeah. Oh no!
And the statement was very simple: that you do not borrow for your wife's panties. You buy them yourself. I was then referring to the Chinese building, the African Union Center. Because that we should do ourselves. But now, back to the proverb. I think, honestly speaking, I think anybody, even literally, anybody who borrows trousers should not really run, because a borrowed trouser may be ill-fitting. So, both ways, it could be too big, it might drop off.
Yes.
It could be too small, it might tear. You know, there are very many things, and it might even make people think that you have no running prowess. Yeah, because you'll be trying to control the running so that neither of those things actually happen.
Yeah.
And basically it just tells us that number one, if we borrow, we should always be of indifferent behavior. We should not be behaving like like the owners of the trousers. Let me put it that way. And of course in Kenya, if you coming back to Kenya, applying it in Kenya, we have a very big budget. We're the biggest economy in the region, but we are going to borrow 20% of it. And we are behaving like it's our money. We should not run. We should be very humble. We should tell people this is a borrowed trouser and it's going to go back.
Exactly. You have to return the trouser.
And we should try to get our own trousers so that we can enjoy the running.
Or maybe we should buy those belts with endless holes so that it can fit. Well said, Sarah.
Indeed. Well said. So, oh God.
I like that program.
I know. I do. I liked it too. When we're talking about the united opposition, Prof, if there is one, let's just talk about the united and not qualify it with an adjective. In this case, because it would appear as though maybe it's not so united at the moment.
Right.
But everybody has prescribed, we must come together. The only way to then be able to beat your opponent is that you must all come together in defense.
Right.
Or in this case, the best form of defense is attack, where we all come together in one space. But is it necessary to have a united opposition?
I don't really think so.
Okay.
I don't think we need a united opposition. I think we need an opposition.
Okay.
And that is one thing that Kenya has been suffering from for quite some time. That we expected that those who come second in election would then be the minority, if you can call it that way. I was told that there's nothing like opposition in Kenya, but I insist there is opposition in Kenya. It's just the name. It's like if today we decided to name the lions Johnny the dog, we can't come and say that there are no more lions in Kenya. It's just the name. So I insist that minority, majority, those are names. But you have the ruling party and the opposition. And it's important that we have the opposition because those are the ones that keep government in check. From where I am, where I sit, I'm pretty happy that we have a semblance of opposition. For all manner of reasons. Ironically, they are not the ones who should have been in the position because they are not the minority. We have a splinter group from UDA that is now controlling central Kenya, ran largely by Rigathi Gachagua. They're doing what the opposition is expected to do. Sort of them. Almost doing what the opposition is expected to do, highlighting some of these government's misbehaviors as exactly work and keeping the government on its toes. We also have the splinter group from ODM. I don't know who split from whom, but we have the Linda Mwananchi group. They're also providing some sort of opposition. Of course, we have Kalonzo Musyoka and the Wiper. Yeah, so from where I sit, and in fact, I think the media is also starting to come back and play their role, the rightful role, in terms of highlighting some of these misdeeds of government. So from where I sit, I think that's a good thing, that whether government takes action or not, all these bad behavior of government, poor governance, sabotaging the rule of law, corruption, and so on is being highlighted every day. In fact, I don't think there's any day that I'm just looking at the newspapers. That is a Danny deal. I don't think there's any day that we don't see the misdeeds of government being highlighted, and that's important for us for the governance of our nation. Of course. I think the need for the united opposition, I was saying, is a yes or no, really? Yeah, because this is happening in a haphazard and in a way that is not very coordinated and organized. And I'm not talking about Ruto must go. That one, it doesn't really matter as long as different people are shouting. You can always think that is some sort of a free jazz. If not, it's not opera.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can call it African jazz.
Something.
Everybody plays the things.
Yeah.
Somebody hits the drums, other one is hitting sufurias and so on, and some music comes out. Anyway, I think we still need, as a country, to have coordinated opposition. A good example is the finance bill that is now being discussed in Parliament. What you see, you don't really hear a coordinated voice providing alternative to what is being provided. I know the Wiper team with Kalonzo did actually do some document, but on the other hand, I think such a document would have benefited a lot more if there was rigor from all these different people who are, spotlighting government. It will have had a lot more depth. In fact, I think for me, when I looked at it, the issue was not even the document. The issue was more the structure and the issues. Just coming and shifting figures that government has proposed is really not how to provide an alternative to government. Alternative must be alternative from first principles.
Yeah.
And that requires a lot of work. It requires a lot of coordination. It requires resources and so on. So yes, we do really need to have a united opposition, but not just to get Ruto home. We need to have it as a fundamental pillar of governance in our country. Of course, even taking that a little bit further, and that really is to the opposition, whether united or not. There is actually a united opposition. But it's not the one I'm calling in terms of the opposition unity. But by having a united opposition, I mean almost all the parties in the opposition, getting together. Yeah, but what I'd actually wanted to say there was that you see. It is clear that the agenda, of course, for the opposition is always to get power.
Yeah. Yes.
And it makes sense that the starting point of their conversation must always be to remove the current government. That is okay.
Yeah.
That is in order. But then I think we want to hear a little bit more from them, and this is also very important in light of the demographics that of the voter. We have a significant group of voters that are now quite well educated. The Kibaki free education kids, the Gen Zs. In fact, those are the Gen Zs. Most of them hold university degrees. Many are jobless. They're a very sophisticated group of voters. Of course, you have the middle class and so on, regardless of what people think about them. Yes, I think there's really a need to go slightly beyond Ruto must go and start not just telling us why Ruto must go. I think many Kenyans have their own reasons for wanting Ruto to go or to stay. But I've never really met people wanting to say. But
slide that in there. Okay.
But I know there are people who really want Ruto to stay still, and they have their own reasons. So I don't really think the position needs to belabor that much. I think the position now needs to start looking at it, looking at themselves as the alternative government. To start saying, to start crafting the message. When we get in, this is what we shall do on governance, this is what we shall do on fuel, on energy, this is what we shall do on food security, this is what we shall do on these different areas. This is how we want this country governed, all the way from the presidency to the MCAs down there.
Yeah, Prof, when you look at the opposition as a principle of democracy, it is there to ensure that excesses, that justice is dispensed and that rule of law is actually held.
Correct.
But you look at the opposition, opposition that Kenya has, and even immediately after 2022, it is opposition who are majority in the House.
Exactly.
But you find ourselves where then personal preferences and many say it's greed and just sheer lack of principles that has killed the principle that puts opposition as key and central in perpetuating democracy in the country.
Correct.
So then here we speak to individuals who, despite having lost to form government, but you are here, that you are able to dispense your duties, but you're not seeing that happen, because even the united opposition today, some of them were in government.
Exactly.
You know, they only became opposition after impeachment and after going separate with the president. So in terms of inculcating the spirit of opposition into our politics in the country, what must we do? Or is it a question of individuals who get there have other reasons why they want to get to power?
Yeah, I think the problem we have in this country is that majority of people don't like their jobs. They like other people's jobs. You know, you get elected into the position. That's a job. It's a full-time job description. And you're being paid. Minority do actually earn salaries for that particular position. But immediately they get in there, what you start seeing is them hang around State House to start negotiating. I don't know for what. They say they're negotiating for development, while they do actually have a direct role and spaces, both in the Constitution and in law and in the House, to execute their mandate. And vice versa, that those who then are elected into government, right from the word go, if they see that the spaces for eating, basically spaces for corruption and looting, are actually being sealed, they quickly jump out and start opposing government. So you know, we have this of course the third bit is the government itself going out to basically co-opt these guys, you know. So what we don't look at is the total destruction of institutions that happens within that particular scenario. So even as we're talking now, you cannot tell. You can't tell, is this guy in the opposition or is he in government?
Yeah.
In fact, it is sad. The only people I'm sure about that are in government are Kalenjins. It is sad, but that's just what it is.
What does that mean, Prof?
It is even sad that that's coming from me. Yeah. This is the issue that we know that there's one ethnic group that still seem to be together with the president. The rest we are not sure. We are not sure whether these guys are in or they're out.
And are you saying that they're together because, Prof? Yeah, because we have to qualify that. Because are you saying that they're together with him because of where they're from?
I see guys in the so-called united opposition rallies that are actually in government, that they're in UDA, that's the ruling party, you know, especially the whole of central Kenya here.
What does that mean?
And vice versa.
Okay, sorry.
I see guys.
When you say that you see guys who are in the united opposition, who are in UDA, what does that mean? That party affiliation, party membership?
Party affiliation, party membership, they're elected on UDA. They're actually UDA members of parliament.
They could be making a move here. We heard Erongo Kangata the other day said very clearly that I'm going to run again, but I'm not going to do on a UDA ticket, and he's moved over to the other side.
Yes, well,
paperwork maybe has not been done, but they've moved.
But that is exactly my point. That people move, and they move almost immediately, and while we actually still expect them to be in government because their party won, and vice versa. We have people now, of course, in government formally. Of course, we don't even need to intellectualize it. We have the ODM guys who joined government. ODM was never part of government. In fact, there were the Azimio that actually were meant to have been minority, and they were there. And we talk about this government national unity. I don't even know where things like those come from. We don't have such creatures in our constitution. Yeah. So in a way, everybody is assaulting good principles of good governance, starting with the president himself by having all these opposition people in government. He won and he was to form government with these people. You know, if he's defeated, he should resign, and we actually get into elections. Yeah, but you have this mongoloid. In fact, the same President Ruto himself referred to this in Uhuru's time as mongoloid government. You cannot tell exactly what it is. The head is different from the tail, and so these things actually affect good governance in the sense that the different entities and parts of government, you know, number one, don't even have distinct identity, and then people cannot undertake their role. The truth of the matter, Nduh, as you're saying, you can imagine I'm in government, And our president really started that bad behavior when he was in Jubilee and he was campaigning. We spent 5 years bashing Jubilee and campaigning on UD and so on. We can't continue like this. In fact, I think if members of parliament are serious about governance of this country, we should actually have a situation where if you disagree with the principles of your party and start, and by the way, that law is even there, incidentally, and start supporting principles of other parties, then you should actually immediately lose your position in this party, but of course, it is that thing where it doesn't really matter. People are not bothered about their work. People are not bothered about their responsibilities. People are not bothered about the mandates that they actually have. What is important, what is very, very important is development.
Does it confuse Kenyans that if you do have an opposition, I mean, we heard the likes of Martha Karua saying that she will not be a running mate to anybody.
Right.
And she's made that very clear that she wants to be the president. For all intents and purposes, from all indicators, Rigathi Gachagua seems like he wants to be president. Kalonzo Musyoka just wrote a book, released his book, and he's also said he wants to be president.
Right.
Matiang'i wants to be president. Everybody, it's like the latest, thing in town. Everybody wants to be president, but then there's a united opposition, and everybody wants to come together to remove the incumbent. I mean, I am confused. I'm not quite sure. How is that supposed to look to Kenyans who are being told every day, we're inundating Kenyans with this message: you must to take control, you must vote, the change is, the power is, all these inspirational messages, the power is with you to make the change you can. But then in the buffet, you have 7 different kinds of rice. Which one are you taking?
You see, Nduh, I think one of the biggest problems, and you're starting to allude to it. Many Kenyans don't ask that. Okay, fine. Why should this person actually be president? Why should we vote the person? To be president. As it is, presidency is used in Kenya as a negotiating tool. The only person who hasn't used it to negotiate, maybe yes, is Wajakoya. But
Wajakoya wants to be president.
Yes. In fact, I wanted to mention him. So that, he's
Jimmy
included.
Wanjigi wants to be president as well.
Yes.
Boniface Mwangi wants to be president. Yeah.
So you see, I mean, I think it's okay. It's okay for people to aspire for that particular position. But I think for me, what is more important is, why do you really want to be president? And if you look at all these guys, all of them actually, if you listen to them carefully, they want to be president because Ruto must go.
Okay.
They really do not want to be president because
they want to do something for the country.
Exactly, because it's not a positive agenda. It is a negation. It's a negative agenda. It's because this person is bad, then you should elect me.
Oh, right. Yeah. So it's like the people who vote for, I don't necessarily want Nduh to be president.
Exactly.
I just don't want Alfred to.
Exactly. And you see, honestly, that is my frustration with the so-called united opposition. All of them, by the way. You see, even if you listen to Kalonzo hardly sells his credentials, despite the fact that he has been deputy president in the country and maybe one of the longest serving politicians and so on, which I think worked for him, despite the fact that he's been close to how government is being run and so on. You don't really hear him, explaining what he would do differently when he's president. Yeah. If you listen to Gachagua, same story. If you listen to Babu Owino, same story. If you listen to Matiang'i, same story. So it's okay. The other day I was telling guys that when South Africa were playing Colombia,
Mexico.
Yeah. When South Africa was playing Mexico, I was telling people, and having spent a lot of time in South Africa, I was telling guys, there's enough hate inside South Africa to serve them. Please, let's not hate them. Let's love Mexico instead.
I get what you mean.
Love is an alternative.
Yes.
let's have positive vibes. That's what I'm telling Kenyans. Let's love our presidential candidates. There's enough hate in this country for Ruto. We don't need to add more, and there's no value we're going to get out of that. So my point is that these guys in the position who actually want to take this country forward. My simple message, and it doesn't matter whether it's my friend Boniface Mwangi or whoever. Any position you go for on earth, any position. You decide to get married, that's a position. You decide to get a job, That's a position. You decide to plow your shamba. That's any position you take in this world comes with responsibilities.
Yes.
And you need to tell us, if you're going to till a garden, you need to tell us how you're going to till it differently so that we can give it to you.
Some of the people are telling you how they're going to till it. As late as yesterday, Jimmy Wanjigi came out very clearly. But one thing that you got to give the man credit. Because over time, he has been very clear about what the agenda is. That odious debt is an issue.
Yes.
Debt, Kenya is stifling debt, and Kenya is choking under the debt. So what did he say that he would do very clearly?
Yes.
That this is the thing. Kenya is paying too much money in debt that it doesn't actually owe. That we need to stop paying that debt, take that money, put it into the economy and grow it. He came out yesterday and said he would abolish VAT. He would remove VAT. So he's been clear about what his agenda is.
Let me tell you.
Rigathi Gachagua gave an alternate budget the other day.
Let me tell you. No, but the two issues here, and we have to give credit where it's due anyway. Yeah. Of all these guys, incidentally, the one whom we think, to give Jimmy credit, the one whom we think we have an idea what they'll do if they got into power is Jimmy. Yeah. And to some degree, of course, it's not running is Okoh Mtata. Yeah, because we know clearly what these guys are against. Jimmy, of course, largely odious debt issues and so on. He's been very, very strong on that. Okoh Mtata, of course, odious debt itself, but not as far as he hasn't pushed it as much as Jimmy has, but he has pushed it to a very good extent. And of course, corruption. Those are pretty clear. My issue with our friend Rigathi and Kalonzo with their alternative budget. I think I already mentioned that that's not what I expect from the opposition.
Okay.
That I expect arguments like those that are coming from Jimmy, to be reflected in the budget. The transformational, if you can look at them that way. It is not business as usual. It's not saying this is what government is doing, but we are, we shall tweak this, we shall tweak this, we shall remove this, we shall spend more in this and that. Because basically that's just a government budget. And that's what all these economists in government do. By the way, that's all they do. They look at what government spent on last year, they look at what might bring in problems, they shift figures here and there, and so on. They put VAT here, they remove, they put this here, and so on and so forth, until the point where they think that, the Wananchi will not have an idea what they're up to, and then the thing passes. So basically what I'm talking about, this is not to say that the opposition do not have ideas. No. But this hasn't got, and Jimmy is an excellent example. This hasn't gotten to political messaging, if I can put it that way. We want to see a lot more of this and this type of discourses becoming part and parcel of the opposition's, normal messaging. And it doesn't matter to me who runs. I think the constitution allows that, and we have systems that will clean up whether we end up with 10 guys running or not. That's neither here nor there. But for me, the issue is still that people who run should not just waste our time, honestly. People who run should seriously think about these things, and they should think quite seriously about the possibility that if the gods decide to give them that particular position, they'll have a job to do. We don't want this situation where you become president and then you spend your time celebrating, and in no time the country is headed south. And we see that in all these different positions where guys run around and then, for some reason they win the positions. And then what follows after that is just terrible confusion. And not just at the level of the presidency, that is even at the level of governors, actually. And you can see, I'll not mention names, but let me mention, because it's positive. If you listen to people like Irungu, Kangata, if you listen to characters like those, you listen to guys like Anyang' Nyong'o and so on, these guys were ready to govern. They were not just campaigning. They knew that there's a possibility of winning, and that would come with very, very clear responsibilities and so on. The other one is out, and I'm very whatever. Keep your one. Is out now. In fact, it's in government.
The current chairman of the KRA.
Yeah, exactly, the current chairman of KRA.
Yeah.
We still have breath of fresh air. Those are guys who who, if you listen to, they do have ideas. They're saying, fine, I mean, if you get me back to my position, yes, I'm looking at a county as a unit of economic development and empowerment. I'm looking at industries growing. I'm looking at these bonds for fundraising and stuff like that. Yeah, so this is not being too hard on the position. What you're saying, and remember, the opposition don't just speak in rallies.
Yep.
They also come and speak in these forums like this. They also write in the newspapers. They also do many things and so on. So yes, they can argue that in the rallies we'll only saying Ruto must go. But surely when you're meeting Omenya, I don't need you to sing for me Ruto must go.
You get it?
Really, I'm past that stage.
Yeah.
I need to hear a little bit more. And to me, this is a challenge to the opposition, that they should be preparing themselves psychologically to rule in whatever format. And what that means is that then they must be taking very, very clear positions on fundamental things that ail this country. Like we've mentioned, debt is part of it, whether odious or normal.
I mean, Prof, when you look at opposition, as you speak at the moment, there is what Kenyans perceive to be opposition that we see, where it is rallies every other day.
Right.
Ruto must go. We will change these once we get in.
Right.
But we equally must look at that united opposition as individuals who as well sit in these houses where proper opposition ought to take place in terms of checking government excesses and ensuring that the law is pretty much just respected.
Exactly.
But what many, or rather what we are seeing is, we have Ruto must go rallies, fine, but we are not seeing, say, a bad law being opposed with so much vehement in the House where change would occur. Because you have to give credit. One and Ndindi Nyoro, you hear him speak, but you equally see him push that on the floor of the House.
Yes.
If the opposition, as is at the moment with members of Parliament or Senate who are there and bringing this message back to the House, would you reckon that Kenyans would see their metal, what they're made of, and the agenda that they are pushing, and if at all it resonates to Kenya? Where absence of that, then all you're seeing is just rallies and chants.
Dennis, I need like 1 billion Kenya shillings urgently, because I have a job to do. I think we need to we need to flush out fake opposition people, and because you see what you've said is spot on. We have also in the opposition, we have a lot of fakes. We have a lot of fake opposition people, and they sit in the House, they sit in Senate, they are governors in this country. They're part of the rot, and then they appear in rallies, shouting like there's no whatever. Because we need some consistency. That is how we'll know the frauds, and that's what I'm telling Kenyans. All these guys who are shouting to you there, Ruto must go. Audit them. And by that, I'm not just talking about. We also have the positives, by the way. That's why the audit is important. There are guys who are associated with government who are doing a relatively good job. I'll single out somebody like Dr. Nyikal. If you check his track record and his positions and so on, he's an MP who's very friendly to government. As you mentioned, if you do this audit, people like Ndindi Nyoro will likely pass. Regardless, they would pass, regardless of whether they used to be in government before. Because these guys in the House, you can tell what they actually said, the positions they took on every bill, whatever they opposed, whether they won, or they didn't win. The other one who's very quiet and is in the position there is Karoli Omondi.
Yeah.
Same thing. You can check what Karoli said on every single bill that was in Parliament. And that's what I'm talking about, flashing out these fakes. Because these fakes are going to win elections as the opposition. And we'll end up with the same problem we have. Because these same fakes are the ones that are actually, the money that is being looted in this country is being used to fund them. And they're part of the looting, actually. These guys sit in Senate and the oversight counties. And you cannot tell anything that they've ever said about those same counties, the oversight, and they tell you Ruto must go. These are the same characters who are, even when they're in government, they're doing nothing. They're just.
So what I'm hearing you say, that if you see things, let's take from the oversight position, for example, as a senator, and that you see things going, because my mind goes back to the Senate committee that was made up of
Onyonka and
Yes.
Khalwale and Muma.
Yes.
And the chair, I think it was Abdirazik, I'm not sure.
Yes.
But they went to Kakamega to look at this monstrosity that is soon to be, God willing, knock on wood, a level 6 hospital in Kakamega. And Khalwale was almost crying. Because whatever was happening, the money that they saw passing through was crazy, that this hospital had not been completed. I mean, we were all audience to that. So what I hear you saying, and stop me if I'm wrong.
And Onyonka is another one.
Yeah. What I hear you saying,
those are guys who
is that
are doing the work outside there,
the work is being done, right? But if it's beyond that, that you should be able to flag it out and die on that cross and say,
this is
until this is fixed, we cannot continue.
Exactly.
Is this what you're saying? So
if
people are sitting, for example, in Senate, regardless of whatever side you're on, and seeing these things happening on a daily basis and you don't speak about it, you're complicit.
Exactly. And that's exactly what you're saying, that the spaces of opposition are there. And the people have occupied those spaces. And they're being paid by taxpayers' money. Whether we call them opposition or we call them, whether they're just doing general oversight of the House, as in Senate, you're a senator for a county for a particular reason. You cannot just wake up one day and now you want to become president, and the job we gave you, really, you didn't do. And this is what you're saying, and this is not too much to ask for. In fact, I think as governors are giving the state of counties reports, senators overall, you as a senator of a county, you must also come in and say, yes, as a senate oversighting this particular, oversighting counties generally, these are the issues I have with my county. Why are senators? Yes, they oversight collectively, but why are senators picked per county? Because we also need some oversight at that county level. It's only that oversight is done collectively through Senate. I expect Oburu Odinga to tell us exactly what's happening in Siaya. I expect Sifuna. Oburu now, of course, he has national issues, and there are also age issues and so on, so we can excuse him. But I expect people like...
Can we, though?
I expect people like Sifuna to tell us what's happening in Nairobi.
I mean, you have to understand that he's one of those ever-resident folks on the committees whereby they're pushing people...
But that is true. That is very, very true.
Okay.
But those are my expectations. People like Onyonka, I mean, I don't think Onyonka is just a noisemaker. I think those are guys who are doing a very good job, in terms of their oversight role and getting outside there on these particular issues and so on. Yeah, because you see, if you don't do that and things are going wrong, for me outside here, and every voter, we come to that particular situation where we're saying these people are just the same, by the way. Yeah, and that is a sort of vibe that Kenyans have outside here. A lot of this, when they listen to United Opposition, or these are the opposition people, or they listen to the New Wave, a lot of guys are like, these people are just the same. And it goes to what Aseto was talking about a little bit earlier, that we do have actual spaces to highlight this. Yes, a bit of that is happening, but we could actually have a lot more happening in those particular spaces in terms of taking a stance and so on. And remember, the same politicians told us that those houses oversight collectively as a house. So minority, majority is neither here nor there. So they do have a direct responsibility to oversight, whether they're in government or not. So they cannot come and tell us, as we're in government, that's partly why we did not highlight these things. No, even the ones in government have exactly the same opportunity in terms of that overall oversight to point out things which are wrong in this country. Yeah.
I mean, there is, where we find ourselves today as a country is we have government, we have those who ought to be opposition, now themselves are in government, we don't know where it is they are. We have those who are in government and are now in opposition, confusion is there. But then again, there is the opposition from Kenyans who are speaking. Where Kenyans themselves have said, we have seen how that house is formed, and we are the ones who will oppose if they fail to do that. And with that, then, would you reckon that if Mwananchi forms the agenda on the kind of opposition they want, and they translate that to electing people in office who will stick by the rules, who will stick by the roles that they ought to play, then we will see change perhaps in the next government that is formed. That it is Mwananchi who's forming the agenda and selling it out there on what kind of governance they want to see.
Next might be too soon. But definitely, I think that is where we should actually be moving to, and I think we should really be pushing. We should be in the era of I would call it honest politicians.
Yes.
Honest not necessarily because they're totally clean, but honest in terms of the agenda they're pushing, where it is clear that it's not some funny guys who have given them money, and then that becomes priority for Parliament, but it's their people who are saying no. We have this issue and we have this issue and we have this issue. How can this be sorted out? Some are developmental issues, some are issues that require governance issues, others are policy issues, and so on. I think I'm really convinced that we are actually in that era. Myself, I'm trying to convince a few of my friends who are getting into politics that it's possible. Don't just go and whatever. I don't know whether the experiment will work, but I'm telling them, look here, you look at yourself as a politician, as the person who creates platform for people to bring in their issues, and then you decipher them, and then you push for them, and you come back as a modus operandi. Where you actually listen, and even where you have difficulties, and this is quite doable. Because during elections, anyway, these fellows meet, as opposed to the traditional politician who I'll do this for you, I'll do this for you, I'll do this for you, I'll build a road, I'll build an hospital, I'll take you to the moon, I'll take your children to China, you'll become Singapore. We're not. We want you to listen to us. Put differently, this particular politician who listens, you may not be able to do everything. Politicians are not gods. So it doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that exactly that if you listen to everything that the Mwananchi has put, that you'll be able to do them. No. The point of listening is so that eventually the agenda you're pushing is not yours. It is actually the people you represent, because in its purest form, that is actually your role. It is to pick up these issues and say, fine, the priority issues for my people, for people in my region, is 1, 2, 3, 4 things. Prof, and it's possible.
Prof, I want to look at the opposition that we see now coming from Kenyans.
Right.
Would it be that Kenyans see civil disobedience, demonstration, protest every other day because they have an agenda?
Right.
They don't know where to take it.
Exactly.
Because when you look at the opposition that does lie in the house, you don't know who is the opposition.
Correct.
So the only other option that Mwananchi has is to be on the streets every other day. But if Mwananchi had a clear-cut opposition where they know if we have something we're opposing, we know where to go to,
these are the guys.
And these guys will take it and run with it. Perhaps we'll see a shift in how things run.
In fact, and again, this is where I would advise the president that it is in his interest. It is in his interest to have a strong opposition, a strong and a formal opposition. Of course, it will give you headache, but on the other hand, and I think you even knows it to some degree, that number one, you actually have a group that you can discuss your agenda with. You know who's opposing you and why and what the issues actually are. And like you're saying, for the Mwananchi, it also becomes clear that I know if I've got issues with government and government ideas and government policies, then I'll channel them this way. If I've got issues against the government and against the government ideas or alternatives to what government is providing, then I'll channel them this way. That way, then, of course, we end up with a more civil society, as it actually were. That I don't need to go and make a fool of myself and risk my life and limb on the road, while I can actually achieve the same, through on the table, directly through the formal systems. So it is in our interest as a country to ensure that the opposition is properly institutionalized. I don't want to make this statement because I know it's a sensitive statement.
I hear you're going to make it anyway.
Yes, but I hope the handshake era is finished, so that we can actually be having proper opposition. You basically lose elections. You take your seats as minority in all the houses, coming all the way from the counties to national government, and you hold government to account. This whole idea that we shake hands and then suddenly I lose my identity and we have no idea who's doing what in the country has been bad for our governance, actually, and must actually call it out. But like we're saying, as wananchi, we have issues. We have, and some of those issues are very basic.
Yeah.
There is my personal issue in this country is just one, just my own.
Yes.
One of the things that's most important for me in this country, as Omenya, has been value for money for infrastructure projects, and I oppose the SGR specifically for that, and at the SGR documents, I was opposed the expressway exactly for that. These are totally inflated infrastructure. The Rironi thing, same thing. I mean, it was inflated. The Danny one we were talking about, from 200 billion to 375 billion, same infrastructure. But then, you see, for me, this is an issue. But we need a space where we can process this. That are we getting value for money for government infrastructure projects? That's just one simple, clear issue that as a citizen Omenya, I would be happy to have processed. Of course, it will not be processed through the government side, because we know where this money is going. It is actually going into people's pockets. In this country, we no longer talk about corruption because it's the norm. And we want, what you're actually saying is that, yes, we're paying taxes, but we want value for money. There are many things that many different people want. Yeah. But you see, I'm just giving that as an example. We were talking about Odia's death the other day. Today, actually. And it is a clear agenda. And as Dennis is saying, where do we process this? Now do I go and sit down with Jimmy? But I'm sitting down with him as well. I'll feel like I'm just disturbing this guy because I didn't vote him. He's not occupying any particular position. Of course, he has his party. Yeah, but it will even be better if we could process these things through the formal opposition and through the formal minorities in all these houses, be they environmental issues, be they at local level, be they development control issues, be they issues of like we're saying just now a short while ago, be they issues of national budgets and where those things are going and so on.
Taking all those things into consideration,
right,
Prof, do you think that with the status quo, you've mentioned corruption, you've talked about infrastructure that's been bungled, is there need for change in Kenya's governance at the moment? From your point of view, things going off the mark in terms of development, in terms of governance, in terms of leadership? Because if the opposition is not together, it seems as though you're asking for an opposition that is aware of what they're doing together, so that in the event they take over leadership, right?
Correct.
But does that mean that from your point of view that leadership and governance in the country has tanked?
Totally. It totally is in shambles. I mean, if at the power and the magic, I would actually explode the current governance systems and just break it into smithereens and let it disappear outside there. And I think a better thing we mentioned, Mars, would be to export all the current guys in the governance space to Mars, so that they stay there forever, and we actually start from scratch. This country needs a reset. For me, the way I always look at things is that you can look at things in two ways. I'm both a pragmatist and an idealist at the same time. I think when you're going when you're working on ambition, and I always even tell students that, don't be economical with your ambitions. Be economical with reality. For your ambition, whatever you aspire to do, just aspire. I mean, what does it actually cost you? Because it's through this idealism that then we are able to create for ourselves the platonic state, the ideal state that we are aspiring to. But we know that ideal state is not possible. So when we come to sit down, we'll be saying, that's a Singapore we wanted to go to. That's a Canaan, using political whatever. However, what is possible is a new Madare. In a new Madare might well, it will not be like Singapore, but it won't have flowing sewer.
Right. Or it would have running water.
Yeah.
It would have running water.
Right.
You know, you'll see children play in New Madara.
Have dignity.
It will have dignity. So you see, what we're doing is that we're using that ideal situation to come and get the pragmatic sort of situation. But we're now in a country where we've sort of lost the innocence to dream. The opposition can no longer tell us the Kenya we desire and the Kenya we actually want, because it has nothing to do with what we have now. Even what Ruto is doing is not the Kenya we want, really. I mean, it's not the Kenya I dream of. And what the opposition is doing, is the same. So we need dreamers again. We need people who can tell us, all these things are actually possible. And we also need people who tell us that although all these things are possible, it's like heaven. It is actually, no, it's not like heaven. It's like New Jerusalem. It's like when Jesus returns. Yeah. You see, Jesus was going to return soon. And some people thought it was a matter of weeks. Of course, it's 2,000 years, and we still believe as Christians, we still believe Jesus is coming back. So we still need that. If you immediately remove that, you remove the idea of heaven, you remove the idea of Jesus turning, then all those guys who are eating chai and mandazi in the evenings and bring up children with these ethics, they'll give up.
And we don't want people to give up.
We don't want people to give up. So we must still keep the big vision of a new Kenya, not Jerusalem.
A new Mathare. We'll start with Mathare.
With a new Mathare, we must still keep that, and then at the same time say, fine guys, we will not get to Mathare, to the new Mathare next week. It is something, this week we fix the sewer.
Next week we maybe put some taps in.
Next week we put in taps. Week 3 we have kids playing football in claimed spaces. And so on and so forth.
One step at a time.
And at some point you look back and you say, what happened to the old Mathare?
And so what you need is folks going to actually come and do that.
Biblically, you'll be saying, behold, everything has become new.
He's come with a pinch of pragmatism and optimism this morning. Professor Alfred Omenya, thank you for being here with us this morning. To them, to be able to say, look, get your ducks in a row, cross your T's, dot your I's, and let's move a step at a time to get where we're going.
Exactly.
Thanks very much.
Always a pleasure, Nduh.
Conversations continue at 8:minutes. Good morning.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga. The National Assembly's Finance and National Planning Committee has entered the final stage of reviewing the 2026-2027 Finance Bill after completing consultations with various public sector stakeholders. The committee, chaired by Molo MP Kimani Kuria, has begun preparing its report to be tabled in Parliament after several weeks of gathering views from citizens, government agencies and stakeholders from various sectors in the country. MPs say the report will take into account the views expressed during the public participation as well as the tax policy objectives proposed in the bill. The committee recently held public hearings in 13 counties on some of the aspects that sparked heated debate. Among the proposals that caught the attention of the public were taxes on imported mobile phones, revisions to payee tax rates, mandatory use of the ATM system, a tax on gambling winnings, and a VAT for digital financial transactions. The investigation into the death of Rex Masai has revealed that IPOA officers were unable to identify the police officer who shot Masai during a protest against the 2024 finance bill. It is reported that the IPOA only collected evidence and statements from 19 witnesses, later interviewing 26 people, although there is not enough evidence to enable a case to be opened because no one is directly involved. The court has been informed that the autopsy was only carried out after approval by the DPP Renson Ingonga. IPOA says the biggest challenge is that the scene of the incident was interfered with by the lack of cooperation of some police, which made it difficult to identify the gun that fired and shot Rex Masai.
You have made the conclusion that there is blue code of silence, not so much because of the 4 witnesses who have not testified, but because of the testimony of the 9 who have testified.
The officers whom I recorded their statements, Your
Honor. The officers whose statements you have recorded?
Yes, Your Honor.
Many of whom have testified?
Yes.
We have one right at the junction of Mangina Street and Mungai.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you ever request for that CCTV?
No, we did not.
That CCTV covers Mangina Street and it also covers Moi Avenue.
And moving on is that parents in the country are being urged to continue to instill moral values in their children to ensure they observe discipline while at school. Nyamira North Sub-County Deputy Commissioner Joyce Gitau says parents have a major role to play in guiding their children to ensure a morally upright society.
Tumekuwa na visa vingi vya mashule kuchomwa na hata wengine sio mashule kuchomwa. Wakati mwingine unapata ni wanafunzi wanatupea onyo, mturuhusu tuende nyumbani, or else wengine wanaenda hata hatua mbele ya kuchoma. Wakati watoto wengi watakuwa midterm, kuna wengine tayari walikuwa wamekuja nyumbani. Hili jambo lazima tushirikiane pamoja. Vile tutaendelea kukaa na watoto wetu kwa sababu hatuwezi sema ni business as usual.
And water services in Nairobi will be restored this afternoon after being temporarily suspended overnight due to a leak in the NCT Kigoro Gigiri Kabete main pipeline. According to the Nairobi Water Company, the services were suspended to allow for emergency repairs aimed at fixing the leak in Gatundu area. 14 areas of the city, including Westlands, Kibra, Lavington, Karen, Kilimani, Uthiru, Upper Hill, Kawangware, Ngong Road, Kangemi, Madaraka and Langata have been affected by the repairs. And finally, on the international scene, Doctors Without Borders, MSF, has warned that testing remains one of the biggest weaknesses in the response to Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Despite recent improvements in laboratory capacity and the deployment of hundreds of mobile testing kits in eastern DRC, limiting efforts to detect and contain infections early. The outbreak has spread across Ituri, North Kivu and South Kivu provinces in eastern DRC, with Ituri accounting for nearly 95% of confirmed cases. Now, the response led by the Congolese Ministry of Health and supported by international partners is ongoing, but continues to face major operational challenges. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Obaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same
and the
National
Senate,
Assembly.
Yes. That's our constitution.
This is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Baba should disown these experts and say they went there on the, because he keep on telling us that these experts you came from Dubai and you found them there already at State House looking for jobs.
Government has to has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Samoei Ruto since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Top of the morning to you, wherever you're tuned in from. It's 10 minutes after 8 o'clock, and we continue our conversations this morning. We're into the third hour of the Situation Room this Tuesday, and we get into our next conversation this hour because we will be asking the identity question. Are we teetering on the precipice of a crisis when it comes to the ID issue, and where are these IDs going and to whom? Prof will join us for that conversation. Rather, he's already here, joined us for it. But
yes,
Dennis, you need to remind us how you're powering up our vehicles.
You need to power a vehicle with a battery that has been in the market since 1963. We're talking about chloride dioxide that has been there since Kenya was born. When you were told, hey, you take the sword and go govern yourself, chloride dioxide was there as well to ensure that the presidents then would move from point A to point B.
Okay.
Now, imagine that you're also in that high-end vehicle, LX570, soft closing doors, navigation from point A to point B. You know that lady who tells you, turn left, turn right. You need a...
has lost quite a number of individuals. But we shall talk about that another day.
Yes, that one also needs a proper battery for her to be able to communicate with you. Do you want to enjoy some sunroof that opens up here and there? You need an AC that is working. You know, Prof here as well, enjoying a heated wheel, or wheel is the steering, and also massage seats and heated as well with massage, lumbar support. You see, chloride dioxide is there to ensure that you enjoy each and every single part. In the morning, I suffered kidogo problem. TPMS center was not there. Sensor that ensures that when your tire is going low and everything, it was not there. But if I had proper battery, you know, passenger 001 would have had it easily. But chloride dioxide is as well telling you they can do all that. So what you need to do is buy that battery, and it comes with 18 months warranty.
Love this. Okay, caveat, I love this weather, and it's not even gotten to, the best part just yet.
I hear you.
Professor Peter Kagwanja is the CEO of the Africa Policy Institute and joins us this morning as we're having a conversation around the impact of this identity card auction issue on the 2027 general election. Before we get there, however, we're going to an African country which, because we know that you split your life between an airplane and your home.
Yes.
We know you must have been to this country.
Yes.
But Dennis will share today's proverb.
Now, this country has 80 islands.
80
islands within it. For it to be called like an archipelago. Yes. The capital is Bissau, where the country is Guinea-Bissau. Now, Prof, you know Kenya has hippos.
Yes.
And they're predominantly found in fresh water.
Yes.
Right? But in Guinea-Bissau, it's different. Theirs, I enjoy salt water. So perhaps when you visit, tourist attraction, hippos that swim in salt
went there
water.
to meet one of their leaders.
I told you.
Yeah, but I love Amilcar Cabral. Amilcar Cabral is the liberator of Guinea-Bissau.
Guinea-Bissau.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's a very famous and very profound thinker. If you read his work, he's very, very profound.
Yes.
He's among the very few philosopher kings that we have on the continent.
Well, now the proverb that we get from that country, the man who borrows roses should not run. How would you interpret it?
Because you have borrowed. Yeah, how can you run? Like Kiraruka?
It's a danger. How do you get it back?
How do you get it back? It's not, and in that case, it's not yours.
Yeah.
So you have to behave in it.
Yeah.
For the sake of the owner. Yeah, you behave well.
Naikiraruka. Yeah, well said, well interpreted.
Okay.
Behave in someone else's trousers.
You behave well in somebody else's trousers. You don't do that. You don't have time.
Yeah.
But my childhood friend, Ruben, had relatives in Nairobi. I didn't have from our rural setting. But we were very close friends. So whenever we got a new trouser, we exchanged. He was Anglican and I was Catholic. And the Catholic church was at 11. The Anglican church was at 9. So we had time to exchange.
So he would go for service.
But the problem was, Ruben would follow me to my church to see how I'm behaving in his pants. so you're reminding me of my childhood days. Because then he'd come so close to me and tell me, don't sit on there. It's dusty. Or dust it before you sit, so that I don't spoil his pants.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether that's the meaning or the Guinea-Bissau, the Guineans had in this. You've got to behave well with other people's pants.
Indeed.
Like if you are a leader of Kenya, you have to behave very well because Kenya is not yours.
Yeah.
I think that's the point.
Yeah.
Right.
Behave very well.
Very well.
Because Kenya is not yours.
You're operating in borrowed time.
Yep.
I wonder if the folks who then are, allowing others to buy IDs are then watching over their shoulder to ensure that they are operating properly with these documents that they've given them. Now, yesterday would not be the first day that we were greeted with the news of an identification document that has been sold to other individuals for a song. We, of course, heard earlier that the leader of the RSF had a Kenyan passport, and this was flagged by none other than the US and their security big boys. And we then heard the story of another Zimbabwean who had a Kenyan passport. Interestingly enough, his name shows up in the newspaper today. Having to do with the aviation infrastructure. So Kenyan identification is flying all over the place. And nobody said anything about it. But now, yesterday, and then the pictures are flying all over the place as well, of an ID, which we know is linked to how you can vote in this country. So the jury's out on what could the issue be here. And it's the number of ID cards that are being sold for 15,000 shillings. This is the number that we're told.
Yes.
Significant enough to sway any movement in a direction where people should be worried, or is one enough?
Let's put this debate in a broader context. I guess that's why you called me here. And from the outset, say that the debate we are having verges on what you can call assault on our sovereignty as a nation.
That's serious.
Yes, it is that serious. It reminds me of a friend of mine, Stephen Ellis, a British scholar, who talked about the criminalization of the state. And it becomes a little bit, perilous when you now begin to talk about a criminal state, because we talk about criminal citizens, and that we have built jails for those kind of criminals. What do you do with a criminal state? When the state is criminalized by some of its citizens, what do you do with that? And that, therefore, brings in the question of instability and the question of insecurity, because citizens are likely to react in a certain way to some of these. So I guess today's debate should be, proverbial writings on the wall, that this should stop, because it is not only criminal, it is also an assault on our sovereignty. It is something you go to war for, because it's our sovereignty.
It is.
Yeah, it is. And as Kenyan leaders, I think we need to be cognizant of the fact that we sit on a very special thing. I was having this conversation with the newly appointed diplomats, and I was telling them about the uniqueness of Kenya as a country. And therefore, when we start behaving like 2027 is the first and the last election, and then violate every rule in the game, violate everything that makes us, then you begin to see how dangerous it can be. I told the class that we are the only country on the African continent which is on the vortex of all linguistic groups. The Nilotic speaking people are here. The Maasai, the Karenjin, the Ruto, the Turkana, they're all here. We have the Cushitic speaking people, the Borana in their diversity, and the Somalis. They're here with us. We have Bantu speaking people, right? You mentioned them, Gema people, the Ruya people, the Mijikenda people, the Taita and the Tavetas. We are all here. And there's no other country where you find that kind of a mix. You don't. You don't get that kind of a mix anywhere. And therefore, we need to behave. Now, what is happening, from where I see it, is that the stakes in 2027 elections are so high, demographically speaking, that some of our elite have decided that they want to really play around with these fault lines. I think it's a very dangerous game. And it is a game of numbers, I must say. It's a game of numbers. And as a country now, we are witnessing a situation where we have entered and are playing a very dangerous game of numbers. Obviously, the problem starts with President William Ruto. He is not able to win the hearts and minds of those who elected him in 2022. The people who put him in power, in their diversity, he is not able to win their hearts and minds. And therefore, we cannot go back to the hustler narrative or any other narrative that targets the hearts and minds of the voter or voting Kenyan. Instead, we go for this now game of numbers to counter those that elected you by having other numbers. And this has been a serious roller coaster for us as a country.
If I may ask you, Prof, sorry, why was he, according to you, not able to fulfill that promise and expectation of the hustler that would then convince the same hustler to come together in numbers to bring him back? Because the numbers is directly linked to this ID thing that we're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Isn't it? What is it that would shift the focus from, okay, there was supposed to be something in our pocket, to then come say, okay, let's coalesce in the numbers to do something significant?
The elections are essentially about numbers.
Yep.
And they are also about strategies. And when a certain strategy can't work, and when another can work. For example, in 2022, going for the hearts and minds of Bantu speaking people with the hustler narrative, because they are by and large the majority and the more impoverished, right? So it was easy to sell that narrative. And also they have perhaps the largest number of Christian denominations. So you can play around with multiple identities from religions to whatever, and avoid the ethnic identity for that matter. So we find that that time, 2022, it was possible to do that, and it won. Narrowly though, but it basically put President William Ruto in power. Now, the economic reality after the election and the shifts that have taken, we cannot repeat them here because we have had this debate since 2023, the Sufuria uprising, then we have the Gen Z uprising and all this. It's one after the other, from the population side. So it's possible, and I can sympathize with the president that the game is over about winning hearts and minds. That game is over. So you have to have another game. And the game that is coming in, I'm saying, is very dangerous. It's very dangerous. Now, this is the game. The playbook is a Moi playbook. It's Daniel Arap Moi's playbook. And Daniel Arap Moi's reaction to the coming of multi-party politics was basically to shift the axis of competition from ethnic groups to what you can call ethnic conglomerates. You remember the Kamatusa? The Kamatusa? You remember? You remember Raila crossing over and saying we are G speakers or whatever speakers. So that is the game Mzee Moi played, but within the population, which it was a fair game for Mzee to play. It was a fair game. He had played it in 1950s when he found he went to Legico and he was a minority. Therefore, he had to cobble up a community called the Karenjin. So the Karenjin is born in 1950s as part of that, conglomeration or bringing together communities in order to kind of have some demographic muscle. He does it in 1990s in reaction to multi-party and bring in the Karenjin, the Maasai, the Samburu, the Turkana into the equation and comes up with a new ethnic conglomerate called Kamatusa. This is the game President William Ruto is trying to play. He started off by basically trying to unite the Nilotic speaking people quietly. Nobody is picking this except those of us who are on the war rooms of political strategies. So the Kamatusa now is expanded with the coming of the Ruo, and that was the whole idea about the broad-based government. There was nothing else, and that's why Gachagua found himself in trouble, because he didn't belong. He's not part of the Nilotic speaking. So he had basically to be ejected so that he can bring in the broad-based government as a government of the Nilots, Nilotic speaking people, right? Then the Nilotic speaking people in their numbers will not deliver William Ruto to power. Therefore, you need a Raja coalition. Then you bring in the Cushitic speaking people. And the Cushitic speaking people are the Somalis, and on this other side they are the Oromo.
Yeah.
Our side of the Oromo are called the Borana. On the side of Ethiopia they are the Boranas, but they are also the other Raja clan, the Barento. So the idea is now to use that population to bring in. But when you look at it, it is also not enough. The Boranas are about 300,000, right? Or thereabout. The Somalis in their totality are 3.4. They're in the same league as the Kisis, the same league as the Merus and the Somalis. I mean, the Merus, the Maasais, and the Mijikenda. They are within that league of the minorities, as they were. So they can't help you fill the bag. So this is where you have had this bravado kind of speeches that we are overproducing, we have 4 wives, we have this. You are kind of in a just a mood of justifying the growth of numbers. This is basically what you are preparing Kenyans for, that we are coming. Of course, we know human beings, the gestation period of a human species is 9 months.
9 months.
And the survival rate is very low for human beings. That's why we have this sophisticated medical intervention to ensure that you don't die before 5 years. Because human beings largely, pass on by 5 years because we have so many things, biological, and we have the weakest, things. So, in other words, you cannot justify population growth by birth. It's a stupid argument, but you make it. But the political import of it is that you want to say that in the next election, we will have extraordinary numbers that you have to understand is because we give birth. To me, that is what you're being prepared for. So this ID card business is all about increasing the numbers of our Somali population in Kenya because it is not enough. So what is the strategy? You want to get a chunk of the 19.5 million Somalis because that's the total population of Somalia.
Right.
If you bring every Somali who has been born, anybody who says I'm a son or a daughter of Somali, the founder of the Somali community, then you are totaling to 19 people inside Somalia, and you are talking about 2 million in the diaspora, because the others are a population, are citizens of either Ethiopia, Djibouti, or Kenya. So the Abdallahs are ours. They are more patriotic, perhaps, than many of us. The Abduak are there in all, the Duare people, they are there. So these are our people. So they can vote, and they need their rights to be protected. The problem is when you now reach out to the kith and kin across the borders and give them identity cards in order to beef your numbers in Kenya. In other words, you have begun to have a concept of political mercenaries. The concept of mercenaries has been limited to military. Now we are beginning to get in, political mercenaries who come to fight, because politics is war by other means.
Prof, what you've just painted is a sad picture where we find ourselves as a country today. Because even when we see political mercenaries doing everything to ensure that they win the election, one cardinal rule remains. Where is the sanctity of the vote, of the election, when outsiders, when aliens participate in an election that determines sovereignty and the rule of law in the country? Because at the end of the day, you might be declared president, but illegally so, because people who voted for you are illegals.
That is where the problem is, because it is no longer, and it's not helpful, even for the Somali community. It is not helpful, because we do know for sure. I mean, we have the statistics from 1962 when they voted in the referendum. I don't think there is a community where there is more data in terms of demographics than northern Kenya. Reason being, we started off with a problem of a referendum, a population that wanted to vote to belong to another country, right? And these are in the archives, Kenya National Archive, Kew Gardens in London. This population is there. So you can now project the growth. To be honest, the Somali community is the fastest growing in terms of demographics, which is 3.4% growth. But 3% growth of a population that is small, within the league of the Kisses and so on, they will grow at the same rate. So there is no time that you'll have, more Somalis than, out of that league. That's the nature, because we all live in a country called Kenya where we are sharing the same medical facilities, we're going to the same schools, we are living in the same neighborhoods, we are breathing the same air. So there is no reason, there is no justification as why one can grow faster than the others. Yes, you'll argue the Kikuyus will only have 2 children. Who told you so? These joints you find in very deep rural area where they say the buy and lodging. What are people doing there? In every dingy village you go to, deep in the middle of nowhere, there is something called buy and
rest.
And lodging.
Exactly.
Yes, you didn't buy and lodging. So I think what we can argue is that the Somali people, the pastoral people, are more open. They say we have 4 wives, but the others who have even 6 wives, that they are not talking about it. There's what that man says, danger. The one Akuku danger. Had outnumbered all of us, So you cannot make that kind of an argument for the purpose of the increase of the population. And therefore, the risk here becomes that when the population is ballooned in a manner that the public cannot understand the logic, and you don't buy Duale's argument that you have overproduced on the bed front, then what happens? You begin to get xenophobia. Why do you want to bring xenophobia to our Somalis. Really.
So what we are saying here is that it's beyond the registration of folk who may not be Kenyans, first of all.
Yes.
With identification, and maybe they're paying for it with a song, right? But beyond that, what you're doing is that you're creating
a wedge
between people who would have ordinarily come together over a particular issue. But does it take away the, if it's possible to use the word, the rightness or wrongness of this entire process, whereby these things are out in the open? Is there a problem? The sentiments have been shared. Interestingly enough, we've been inundated with these messages between yesterday and today, where there are folks who are asking from their place where, well, Kenya's not a bad place. I kind of like it. I like the way you do things. So can I not have an ID? They genuinely believe that they can have an ID because they like the country. And Kenyans are saying, sorry, folks, but that's not how it works. Either you are a citizen of this nation by birth, by natural attrition, by marriage, or by, you've lived here for some time. So we say, okay, well, you've been here, so let's pony up an ID. Those are the circumstances under which you can be a Kenyan. But for you to come and say, well, I have 15,000 shillings, can I get an ID? It's a bit far off the mark.
I had a very interesting conversation on the plane as I was coming from Addis Ababa with a fellow Kenyan who is a Canadian by origin. And as we were having this conversation, it was very interesting because he's married in the Rift Valley. And this fellow citizen is originally a Canadian. He still carries a Canadian passport because as a Kenyan, you have dual citizenship. And I began to think about how generous we have become as a country in terms of citizenship since 2010, when we enacted the new constitution. We have become extremely generous, which is good. And it was also meant to favor us so that we don't have somebody migunad. In other words, you are a Kenyan, but because you are carrying a Canadian passport, and of course you don't have a Kenyan passport because you are not, we didn't have the issue of dual citizenship, then you find the Miguna tragedy visiting us. So to deal with the Miguna tragedy and to expand citizenship for those who are not Kenyans but are within Kenyan families, we did that. So there is no need to buy or sell identity cards to anybody, and unless you are engaged in criminal activity. It is not very difficult for any of our neighbors to become a Kenyan citizen. Take for example, I don't need anything to go to Ethiopia. I just need to just go in with my passport. They punch it. They don't even ask for anything. I just go in. They don't even ask how long I'm going to be in Ethiopia. The only place they ask me is, where are you staying? Because they don't want you to sleep out and be in the indoor and get your whatever diseases. So in short, that's how easy it is. And Ethiopia is not part of the East African community. Countries that are parts of the East African community can come in. The Somalis, from December, if all goes well, will walk in and out of Kenya if we are able to push that, because that is the agenda of the East African community.
But to become Kenyan?
No. To do their business. So Kenya is not a restrictive country where you can do business. So when it comes to buying and selling of identity cards, that's a criminal activity. And we must sound it out as a criminal venture. It is not about, creating new citizens. And that's why I started at the beginning by talking about the criminalization of the state, because that's what we are now witnessing by the people who are supposed to be protecting the sovereignty, the dignity, and the rights of this country and its population. But let me talk about the business, which is even more dangerous and even more ridiculous, I would say, verging on total criminality. Now, as you are selling an ID card at 15,000 Kenya shillings to the Kushites, because these are now the ready customers, so that they can now beef the Cushitic cluster within Kenya to back up the Nilotic cluster, and then you counter the Bantu cluster, which is now the cousins, as they are called. The Kuzos. The Kuzos. Now, in order to counter the Kuzos, you now have to build this front of the Nilotic speakers and the Cushitic speakers. And because their population will not do the job, then you have to buy cards. But what are you doing on the other hand? You are now reducing the population of the Kuzos. How? You're buying identity cards at 5,000. If you go to what is happening in Karao or Karao. I don't know whether you're buying to destroy or you're buying to do, but 5,000. In other one Somali identity cards buys 3. Bantu votes.
Oh, God.
So, in other words, you are reducing the power of one demographic category and increasing the power of another category, right? So there's a very strict mathematics, and I don't know in which boardroom or rather which war room, campaign war room they were in. Because this is what is happening. So you're buying one Somali, you're issuing one Somali card, which is basically selling. You are selling an ID at 15,000 shillings and buying 3 ID cards using the same. These are devil's mathematics.
So what we're saying is criminal.
It's criminal. Yeah. There's nothing less than criminal. Yeah. This is utterly criminal. It is a total violation of our Kenyan sovereignty as a nation. Because the debate we should be having is how we should be collapsing the borders between Kenya and Somalia. Yeah. So the Somalis can come in with their identity cards and their passports and come and do their business here. We need big populations in order to have serious business. So they should come in hordes. They should even come in from Ethiopia, the Ogaden region. Let them come in. Let them come from Djibouti and do their business here. But let's not violate our country for the purpose of winning an election. It's immoral, it's criminal, it is decadent.
And Prof, at the center of it all, because many look at the sale of identity as just that. You have an ID, you can do your business, you can vote and all that. But if you open your eyes wider, then it borders on matters to do with Kenya's position in the diplomatic circles, Kenya's security, and how other countries can't trust Kenya to take care of its business. Because today, unfortunately those that are being sold the IDs when they want to leave the country, they would be subjected to a lot of security checkups simply because they do not trust how you got that document. Yet Kenya knows that very well, but chooses to look the other way. What does this mean then for Kenyans and our identity and what status it holds internationally?
That's what we are doing. The ID is one of the many violations, the many assault against our sovereignty or on our sovereignty. And the assault on our sovereign rights as Kenyans has come in many guises and many forms. And as a result, I think what we are trying to say is that we need to distinguish between normal diplomatic activities that enables, for example, a person from Venezuela to come and work and live in Kenya. We have that facility. Anybody from Australia, wherever, you can come and do your business. We have that channel. And it's also a source of our income as a country. When we sell, the working visa, workers permits and all that kind of thing. It's part of the income. But it is also the place where we kind of guard our sovereignty. The military, KDF, will have the hard power and go to the borders and prevent. That's how we defend our sovereignty using the military. But the sovereignty has also to be defended using soft power. And the soft power is the implementation of the law as it is. So when there is even a report on somebody selling or buying identity cards, it's criminal. Now, our people from northern Kenya have complained continuously. I was with my friend who is in Addis Ababa, who is a Kenyan doing his business there in Addis Ababa, and he's a Noromo, he's a Borana. from the Kenyan side, and is a leader, public leader in this country in a serious way. And he tells me, we have been complaining about the interviews about this. But is it discrimination? No. It is how we find ourselves as a country. I don't know whether you have heard this story about our diplomatic breaches with wars with Tanzania under Magufuli. Part of the reason why we had that diplomatic fight was because of who we are. Because the opposition leader there, who was challenging Magufuli, was a Maasai. And as a Maasai, he pays tribute to the late Olentimama and comes to Suswa for the Maasai ceremonies, because for the Maasai, their land stretches from where the Saburus are, perhaps where the Turkana, to all the way up beyond Gorogoro and down. That's their country. So these boundaries that were chiseled by the British in the Barring Conference don't make sense to them. Their cows graze. I mean, I belong to one of the Maasai clans, the Orengotieks. And they are here in Kajiado. They are there across in Arusha, majority. And when they are going for feasts, ceremonies, palios, whatever, they don't even recognize that border at all.
They're the same people.
So if you want to know who is a Kenyan Maasai and who is a Kenyan, a Tanzanian Maasai, how do you do about that? Take the Kuria, for example. The Kuria, their majority are in Tanzania. We have just a small population of the Kurias. Remember, in this country, we have, at one point, no long time ago, after 2002, we had a deputy president here, a vice president that time, as a Kenyan, and his brother is the minister, is a prime minister in Uganda. Same mother, same father. And we lived with that. So we are not chauvinistic. We know how to live. We are civilized. But we're saying criminality and civilization don't live side by side.
So how do you divorce yourself from the fact that this happening a year before a general election, where you've already established that the secret obviously now is in the numbers, because whatever you've promised to people before is unachievable, at least not now. So you have to garner the numbers. How do you divorce what's happening with the buying and selling auction of IDs at the moment, because we don't even know the numbers that we're talking about. We can't clarify at this point whether it's 3 or 4 or 3,000. How do you divorce that, the criminality aspect, from the elections? Can they be two different things that are happening?
No,
unattached to each other?
Remember, our election is very clear. You go with an ID. With an ID, you register as a voter. So that is the avenue that is being used by this criminalization process. Because as soon as you give somebody an ID, that's it. But if it is a passport, if you go to Nyayo House and buy a passport, it's not a guarantee that you'll vote. So the primary document that turns you into a citizen and therefore the right to vote is that. Our passport doesn't allow. I voted for President Thabo Mbeki in South Africa in 2004. And I voted because in their law, if you have a green barcode, that is have a green barcode, and a green barcode is a special permit that you have, then you can vote. That's how liberal South Africans were, because that was meant for the whites. But us as blacks, whites who are migrating from Lithuania, from wherever, in those days of apartheid, you could go and vote, right? Now, they have not managed to remove it and basically go back to a system where you limit people from voting because they are not citizens. So as a Kenyan working in South Africa and living in South Africa, and I had a green barcode, I was allowed to vote. So I queued and voted for Mbeki. I did not vote because somebody, I bought the green barcode or did whatever. It was by law, because it is the way, if you've spent 2 years, you have a property there, they allow you to do that. Now, in Kenya, we are not there yet. So you cannot use a passport to vote. So the primary document that is behind this criminalization of our state, the assault on our sovereignty, And the abuse of our dignity as a people is the ID. Why? Because our electoral law only recognizes the ID.
Yes.
So the criminality is revolving around the ID. I do know, long before President William Ruto's government came to power, when we had the power-sharing government, that's when the criminality of selling passports began. And efforts to broke that line has been difficult. And what has that meant? Countries where we just walked in, Italy, Germany, Britain. In Britain, you just go in and out because we have families that are Kenyans that are living in Britain, and we have British families that are living in Kenya. Therefore, we didn't have to have IDs. Or other passports. In order to go to, visas. Sorry.
Yeah, visas.
Visas in order to go to Britain. Now, we do have, and it's even strict because it has to be issued, I think, from South Africa, if I'm not wrong. And so you have to wait for a long time and all that. Even when you are on transit in the UK, they still require you to have a visa. Why? Because they have to protect their sovereignty. It's not that they want to restrict Kenyans. They want to protect their sovereignty by making it strict, right? The same case, the Somalia. If you're moving from here to Somalia today, it is the most difficult visa to get. Now, because Somalia also wanted to protect its own ground from criminals and from people who are going to do funny business. They want to know who is going there. Right? Yes.
Even as you talk of Somali and Kenyans being very difficult for us to get visas going there, we equally have to look at Somali's responsibility in protecting its own sovereignty and its people.
Yes.
Because when a population is taken away from you as a leader of Somalia, it should be a concern.
Yes.
But perhaps maybe we've not heard that, but there is apparent silence from the people and the government in Somalia. And we have to read that as well with the politics that is going around, because Kenya is one of the countries that is pushing, that is really encouraging Somalia to join the EAC. So why, in terms of leadership from both ends, there is apparent silence when it comes to sovereignty of both countries?
No, the Somalis are clean. They are doing their clean business. It is our Kenyan elite who are doing it. And it is not for every Somalian. I can tell you, I can swear every cow in my barn that the Marehans are not among the people who, Marehans is a major subclan of the Ogaden. They are on the border with Jubaland, with the Kenyan side. But they are not largely on this other side because the British restricted them for their own reason to the Somali side. And they are also hostile to the Somalis on the Kenyan side. So they have their own historic differences. So the people who are buying these cards are largely the people who do the job. In other words, the new political mercenaries of our time are those who are kith and kin of Kenyan communities. Okay? The Abdallahs, the Abduak, the Faramarims people, Ajuran, Macabre, and so on. All these groups are the ones that are possibly able. And I'm not very serious whether we have Degodias from the other side who are the Hawiyas, who might be buying these ID cards. But also, remember they are here on passports and working permits or business permits, many of them.
Okay.
So what you are finding is now efforts to issue identity cards. Most of those people are not there in Somalia. They are already here doing business.
Okay.
And that's why I'm saying and warning that we are now at peace. We are encouraging investors to come from Somalia and elsewhere. Let us not get into the trap where Kenyan population begin to become xenophobic, like what we are seeing in South Africa. We've never had xenophobia in Kenya. We welcomed refugees from all parts of the continent.
So what I hear you asking for is a separation of what this possible argument could be.
Yes.
This is not Kenyans saying that you don't want people of other groups or from other countries in Kenya.
Yeah.
What you're saying is that there's a process that has been prescribed for you to get documentation of Kenyan citizenship should you desire to do so, but you have to go through the hoops.
And we are not addressing foreigners. We are addressing ourselves. But I'm personally not concerned with the Somalis because they have no role in issuing identity cards.
There you go.
They would want to be Kenyan citizen. I would not want to be an American. I mean, everybody anywhere in the world at a certain stage, I know before Trump, wanted to be an American. And you could pay anything to be American, right? We wanted to be Europeans. That's the whole idea of the Mediterranean boats that are sinking, because we want to have the Schengen citizenship and so on. So Kenyan citizenship is prime.
Who should answer this question? Because there's a director of immigration. There's an entire immigration department under the Ministry of National Security and Internal Administration. That happens.
Yeah, we are reminding them.
Who should be having a conversation here to maybe, lay aside fear or any kind of anxiety or uncomfortability and say, okay, they have maybe a few bad eggs that rolled into the thing, but who should be answering the question and putting Kenyans' minds at ease at this moment?
I think the people in the intelligence, the people in the military who are dying in the protection of this country should tell them that we are doing our job to keep the Al-Shabaabs out, to keep other criminals out. But you cannot criminalize the state from within, because they are using hard power to protect our country. Those who are supposed to be using soft power to protect our borders within the immigration departments are now criminalizing the state.
How easy would it be for a Kenyan to walk into Dodoma, for example, and maybe live there for a couple of weeks and then say, well, how about I give you a couple 100,000 shillings, Tanzanian, and then you get me a Tanzanian passport? How easy would it be for a Kenyan to do that, or in Kampala, Entebbe?
Zero chances. I'm even saying the immigration, the person who was in charge of immigration a couple of months ago is my personal friend in Somalia. He spent his time ensuring that everybody who goes to Somalia is recognized and that you cannot get a Somali passport. His main target was essentially to raise the bar of the Somali passport, its respectability internationally, by showing to the world that Somalia is basically protecting its passport from international goons who would want to use it for their goon business. Now, here, it's the inverse. Even our country is still. I'm supposed to travel to China at some stage. I am supposed to be going to Israel at some stage, but I can't go now because we have Ebola in Kenya, according to the records.
Yeah.
You get it?
Well, Israel dropped the thing yesterday.
So these are the things we're saying. The assault on our sovereignty, on our dignity and respect internationally is hurting us as a people.
I mean, Prof, I hear you say that for us to protect our sovereignty, soft power, hard power, must work together. For us to say sovereignty of the republic and all the relevant laws that protects it have been guaranteed.
And you don't know what that means to you. Perhaps you don't even know what this country means to us until you are out there and they start talking about you in negative terms. You lose business, you lose contracts, you lose opportunities as a Kenyan. We have suffered this before. In 2007, 2008, when the ethnic crashes, erupted in this country. And we looked like we were burning, because that was the image, all the headlines. Those of us who were working outside the country, our prestige, our respect went. That's when I decided to come back home, because I cannot defend the prestige and the dignity of my country from a different country. I have to come home. So I came and joined the government. And we fought and got the new constitution. We did what we did. We restored our dignity. We restored our sovereignty. Now it is under assault again. In a more vicious way, in a more criminal way. And I'm not mincing words. It is criminal to sell an identity card sitting on a Kenyan desk and not for any other purpose other than voting. Because we have sold passports enough. I know we have sold passports. But the screening process of people getting passports has been later. But the moment you give identity cards to people so that you beef the numbers of certain people have demographies. In 1962, the Somalis were this number. In 2019, there was this number. Yeah. In 2017, they have these numbers. Bring a number that doesn't make sense, and the country burns. Who is burning the country? Who is creating xenophobia? So we are telling those people doing that business, please be patriotic a little bit. It is important. Let the people give all those people the naturalization. I mean, if you want to be...
If you want them to be Kenyans, let them
if
be
you
Kenyan.
want to be a Kenyan today as an American, just get a beautiful Kenyan girl, marry her officially, and let her support you, and you become a Kenyan. It's that easy.
If that's what you really want.
Yes, if that is what you want to be a Kenyan. Don't corrupt our system. Don't criminalize our state. Don't undermine the sovereignty and the rights of our people. It's not right.
And we can end on that one. You don't even have to water it down anymore. Professor Peter Kagwanja, thank you.
Thank you.
For being open, for having this conversation with us this morning. These are the things that we're dealing with. We must speak about them. We must keep them out in the open. Asante sana. Good morning.
Good morning.
9 a.m.
Thank you.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula has dropped a hint at a possible 2032 presidential bid, declaring that Western Kenya is positioning itself to produce Kenya's next head of state after President William Ruto leaves office. Speaking during an empowerment program at Butere Grounds in Kakamega, Wetangula said the region was strategically preparing for a shot at the presidency and that he was ready to lead the charge. The speaker said Western Kenya, which has previously occupied the office of vice president on several occasions, was now assembling its political strength with a long-term plan to ascend to the country's top leadership position. He said growing goodwill from other regions would strengthen the region's chances in future elections. According to Wetangula, Nyanza, Northern Kenya and the coast have already begun engaging Western Kenya in early political alignments. Trans Nzoia County Woman Representative Lillian Sioi has called on political leaders to stop making inflammatory statements, saying they threaten national unity. Sioi said leaders have a responsibility to preach peace instead of using language that could divide citizens along ethnic lines. She also urged Kenyans to continue to maintain unity, stressing that the development of this nation depends on the unity and cooperation of all citizens.
Na niwaambie tu ya kuwa sisi hapa tumeishi kama jamii. Sisi hapa tuko Kenya ndogo. Tuko na jamii nyingi hapa Trans Nzoia. Na ni vyema tukielewa ya kuwa jirani yako ni mtu wa kabila tofauti, na kwa hivyo sisi ni mandugu na hatuna hiyo mambo ya kikabila. Kwa hivyo wale ambao wanataka kutuletea zile siasa za kikabila, ningependa sana kuomba ya kuwa siasa ya kikabila ilishapitwa na wakati. Kwa hivyo kiongozi ambayo yuko, whether ni wa kabila lako ama si wa kabila lako, ni kiongozi ambaye anatakana kuserve kila mtu. So tujifunze kufanya kazi kwa pamoja, tujifunze kupendana.
Residents of Bamba in Ganze constituency, Kilifi County, have continued to complain about elephant encroachment despite the government through President William Ruto abolishing the Shirango Elephant Reserve after locals complained about the losses caused by them. Speaking in Datani, Kayafungo ward, the residents led by Daniel Mangi said elephant encroachment has continued to escalate after the order was issued by President Ruto during the loss of their crops before the reserve is officially abolished. The complaints come as Kilifi Senator Siwat Mazayo is threatening to collaborate with locals to take the law into their own hands and kill the elephants that have caused death and losses in the region. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Obaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same National Assembly.
Yes. That's our constitution.
This is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 9 minutes after 9 o'clock and into the final hour of our conversations this morning, and one that has had people quite upset over the last couple of days, because why but let's look into that in a minute, where, Dennis, you then remind us how we are powered up.
Yes. We've talked about you in your high-end vehicle, making sure that every system in it works, and the need for you to have a battery that enables you to do that. So Chloride Exide is that company that has been in the industry for over 60 years, ensuring that motorists are able to move from one point to the other in the most effective, sure, and trusted way. So here we talk about high-end vehicles that demand serious power. And when we talk about power, it's not just power for chong, it's for vroom and for you moving as well. So when you do that as well, remember, most of us are busy. You want to order, right? We are assuring you that you can also order online. How do you do that? You can do that by dial a battery service by calling 0719 080 and if you are within 20 kilometers radius of a shop, pretty much, that is sanctioned or that has that capability of doing that, they will deliver, and guess what, install it for you, and it comes with what, 18-month warranty,
right?
So your air filter will work, your AC will work, your sunroof will work, your TPMS sensor for the tire will work, your massage seat will work, your heated wheel will work, your heated seats and ventilated seats will work.
So everything in your toolkit for Ambassador of Good Life will work, thanks to Chloride Exide.
Thanks to Chloride Exide battery. Kabisa. Why do you come to suffer? And you have Chloride Exide.
Imagine.
Kabisa.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, we're getting into the final conversation for this hour, and our guest is in the hot seat this morning. Bishop Dr. George N. Kamau is a thought leader and Deputy General Overseer of the Ambassadors for Christ Fellowship and joins us this morning in the Situation Room. Good morning, Bishop.
Good morning to you.
How are you doing?
Yes, I'm doing well.
Karibu sana.
Only that as a clergy, I'm not very happy because things are not going in the right direction. I think we have gotten to the lowest right now.
Well, let's talk about it, because that's what we are going to do. You are upset, and that visibly so. But let's get into that conversation and figure out then why, and then what can be done about it, and the parameters around this conversation that we're having this morning. Before we do that, as we normally do, Dennis goes around the African continent every week. He comes back from a different country. He'll tell you where he is this week, and maybe put a smile on your face, at least in the interim.
We are in a country that is made up of 80 islands, making it an archipelago. The capital is Bissau. The country is Guinea-Bissau. Now, one thing that stands out with Guinea-Bissau is their hippos. Their hippos love swimming in salty waters, as opposed to what many are used to, that they swim in freshwater bodies, But there, it's a tourist attraction, so perhaps the next time you visit, that is one of the things you go to see and enjoy. But let's go to the proverb. And the proverb says, "He who borrows trousers should not run."
Who borrows?
Trousers.
Yes.
Should not run. How would you interpret it?
I think I would, in simple form, when I look at it, it means that if you need help, you definitely have to seek that help from where you can get it. And you have to go for it.
Yeah.
You can't stand alone.
Well said. We'll interpret it. Asante.
All right. So, what sparked possibly the upsetness by a lot of folks over the last couple of days was the fact that there was a post-budget forum that was being held at the All Saints Cathedral on Friday.
Yes.
Now, sooner that you could say Jack's your uncle, there were goons. I mean, it's not a fairy tale that it actually happened. So it was not the All Saints Cathedral staff members who were having a post-budget forum. There were different civil society groups. There were others from budget committees. There were others who were in that space who were saying, okay, well, the budget's been read on Thursday. Now, this is what it means, essentially, to have a kind of like a synopsis of what happened afterwards, or what was going to then happen. Goons then came in. They seemed to know where to go, and they disrupted the meeting, and it became violent. And then it took the intervention of police to come in later and then disperse them. And then, of course, with the promise and pronouncements from different people to say that this was terrible, it should not have happened, and that they were hot on the trail of these goons to then find out what happened. A couple of days after that, we then hear testimonials, if you can call them that, from the goons themselves, who said that they were hired by people by politicians. Names have yet to be given. But this information, and then beyond being hired by politicians, were escorted to the All Saints Cathedral grounds by police. Is this some of what's making you upset?
I think that's one of them, but I think my major point about these incidents is that I'm a bit worried in connection to our young people. The level of unemployment is a big issue, which has really brought about what the incidents that took place at All Saints Cathedral. And if this thing can happen within the CBD, then I'm really wondering, as who are outside within the other circles of the other counties, what will happen? Because I would expect that the niece, they must have gotten some information. Somebody decided to sleep on the job.
Yeah.
And when I look at even coming into a sacred place like the church, All Saints Cathedral, it is very worrying, because it is only one of the mediators. Church stands in the middle as a mediator between the government and also the public, because we are addressing the same problems but in a different aspect altogether, because we are talking of now the same members who are the Kenyan public who are there, and the Christians whom we are dealing with, or the faith, that all those who are within the faith circle. The problem is bigger than we are thinking right now, because the goons, if they can be able to infiltrate into such kind of a setup, then it means that none of us is safe wherever we are.
Bishop, all that has been attributed to politics in the country, and you look at the political space and the clergy, where they've always interacted and met at the epicenter, has always been on what is best for the country. And here we find ourselves where then, because the goons who've been arrested have said they were sent by politicians, and how does that then erode the trust of the relationship that has existed for a very long time between the clergy and the political class in charting the way forward for the country?
I would first say that it's quite unfortunate, because any government that has come in right from the time of the first president Jomo Kenyatta, coming all along, they used to have advisors, and mostly they would incorporate the church. And do you know why? Because we are supposed to be non-partisan, but at the end of the day, as much as we are Kenyans who are supposed to also to do the voting when that time comes, we offer a balanced advice so that we can ensure that we have a safe country. But when it happens that we have got now goons coming in, I want to look at the history of these goons, because it all started way back. The worst times of this country going so down was in 1990s. 1990s, during the time of the Nyayo era. We had the youth wing that was created.
YK92.
Yes, and YK92. And you can imagine the kind of the havoc they did. So I believe that, I hope somebody is not setting a stage for the 2027, and it can be a very bad and a very wrong trajectory if we were to take that direction. And therefore, it is my advice that the government that is in place right now should listen and work keenly in terms of fulfilling their obligation. And one of the obligation is security to all Kenyans. This issue of ethnicity and issues of trying to gang the freedom of expression and speech, it is not helping anybody. It is not helping anybody. And if this country goes down, then even that government, we are talking about the government that is in place, it will go on record. Why do you always remember the president, Mwai Kibaki? Not because there were no hurdles. There were. We remember even the second session, the second term was very bad, and it was during the time of the 2007. But we remember him because he led with humility. Why is humility right now? Because all of us, we are supposed to stand in. We should actually be on the forefront to ensure that whatever we are doing in terms of responding and to the callings of the Kenyan or the Wanjiku, it should be in such a way that we are able to articulate every issue as per it has been presented.
Bishop, one thing that has all comes up is if you look at how the political class has always moved, especially around the places of worship, has been one of concern. Why? Because look at the goon industry that exists today, and it is associated with the political class, where politicians are in one way or the other. There are individuals who come security to protect these politicians, you know. And that has also been seen to have been playing around in places of worship. Has the church been found by surprise, or is it something that had been assumed and was never expected to get here? Is it that the church allowed this for a long time that now it's coming home to bite?
I would say that as a church, the church is free for everyone to come in. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, we also have to ensure that we safeguard, you know, the altar. But at the end of the day, politics will always continue, whether we like it or not, because that's a norm of the day. But again, when I look at what has happened to our country right now, it is very unfortunate because the politicians have taken advantage of the altar. Yeah. But I think by the time we realize this, we may have probably been a little bit slow in acting. But for now, we are very clear in terms of what the altar is and what politicians can do and what we can do as far as the church rules are concerned. But going beyond that, let's go beyond the politician and ask ourselves, why are these things happening? Why do we have goons who are available to be hired? It is because of unemployment. That is one of the key things, and I think the government should be addressing that. Other than using our young people, like now they are over 10, almost close to about 10 million, who will be voting in 2027. You can imagine if we can have goons in every constituency. Do you think we're going to be having an election? We can be able to have an election. So I think the government has to deal with this monster right now, before it becomes, because it's growing day by day. They have to deal with it.
They're a political tool, Bishop. Goons. We look at them as folks who are the amount that we hear allegedly paid was 1,000 shillings per individual who came out to do this. They are human beings who receive this money because maybe they don't have anything else to do at the moment, and they're going to take it in terms of employment, quote unquote. But they're a political tool. They're not seen as a human being who's feeding a family. They are people that you can put together and pay an amount of money, who will then pursue you, the hirer, the person who is the employer, who will pursue the employer's political goals. They are political goals, because there's very little that you can tell me, or maybe anybody for that matter, that you can hire people and pay them 1,000 shillings to go and disrupt a meeting that, for all intents and purposes, was discussing policy and how people are going to be involved in their governance. So at that point, the people that you're imploring to stop this are very well connected to the possible folks who then brought these people about, but they're a political tool. How do you get folks who don't see this as an issue to stop it? It's not seen as a problem. This is where I'm trying to go. This thing is going to assist me to get there. I don't see it as an issue. So have we gone so far back in terms of our moral understanding and behavior that we don't even understand that employing violence as a tool for politics is wrong?
It is very wrong. I agree. But again, also we have institutions that are supposed to safeguard some of these lines. We should actually have this. There are people who have already crossed the red line. And I say this because these elite, quote unquote, our politicians, we are saying, they are all known. They are known because I believe the intelligence knew about the planning of this thing. They would have acted. We are spending a lot of money through our intelligence. Why are we spending all this money? They are supposed to actually be able to act accordingly. So to me, I am worried because It is either it's like having a ship in an ocean and someone is just coming in to crack a hole somewhere, and then we do not need to go that direction because we will all sink. So I don't believe either the government or the politicians or the opposition, we should actually be calling ourselves into order. And say now enough is enough. Like secondly, my sister, the institutions like NCIC, what is their role? They are supposed right now to have already called upon, some of these people who are behind these things. Some of the rhetoric that we are seeing around, which is messing even the integrity of quote unquote we as Kenyans. Look at even some of the people who are looking at us and saying like we aren't a serious country. Our position is deteriorating every day. So our young people, the NCIC, even the registrar of political parties, she should also come in and come up with very hefty fines in connection to some of these people who are behind these things, because they are well known. They are known.
Bishop, what you're saying is everybody knows there is a problem in the country. Kenya and its intelligence, which knows their stuff, right? Clearly know what it is happening in the country. Investigative agencies, DCI, pretty much the best there is this part of the Sahara, know what it is they need to do. The political class see this is a problem. The bodies that you talk about, NCIC, Registrar of Political Parties, the IG, everybody knows there is a problem. But there is what one would say unwillingness to address the problem. Where would you reckon that is coming from?
It's coming from because if you start now applying the dictatorial rules, then there is a problem somewhere along the line. And I believe that the best way to go about it is when you look at even in the Bible, some of the examples that we have when you talk of political maturity is a case like the one in the book of Genesis 13 about Abraham and Lot. Two different ethnic groups, but at the end of the day, he sat down and he said, you know what, there's no need of us fighting on this thing. Let us make a decision on this issue, and let us look for a way where we can be able to address this thing once and for all. And they did it, and it was very easy. Look at even some of the things that are happening in terms of people fighting each other, even killing, to an extent of killing. In Kenya, killing has become like a norm. That is one of the things. My sister, if I look at this thing, it's becoming serious every day.
Bishop, my concern when I look at what happened at All Saints Cathedral, it's just not any other street in the country, because that is close to Status Avenue. And that is where the president resides. It's highly secured, but that notwithstanding, it's also closer to government quarters. You talk about NSSF, you talk about the judiciary. It's just, everything's just around the corner. Government ministry offices, everything around the corner. But for some weird reason, goons would get in, go to the church, attack individuals, get out, harass Kenyans, and nothing we see is happening. Have we lost our conscience on what a proper country that operates in the rule of law should be? Because I refuse as Aseto to accept that along that route there was no police officer, there was no information, because further ahead, just close to EACC, is a police station. Nobody would have acted on time to deal with this matter.
That's what I'm saying, that for this one, the government needs to come out clean in terms of the measures to curb this issue of goonism. And I feel like squarely our president this time round has to listen to us, because if it can happen right now, 14 months to election, what will happen during the time of the election in 2027 is a question we have to ask ourselves. The other day, I agree that he said that we will have the peace and a peaceful election, but now look at what is happening 14 months before. I think it's high time that we need to come in and address this matter once and for all. And secondly, we should be coming up with measures of making sure that our young people, which is the biggest junk in terms of the voters who are there for this particular upcoming election, we address the issue of unemployment, we look for issues that are making them behave the way they are behaving. And I believe that way we should be aware of we will be able to address this issue once and for all in the right manner.
The people that you call on to handle these issues have actually never been able to handle an issue from beginning to the end. And one of them you mentioned is the NCIC. And it's in public knowledge. It's that they've not been able, for whatever reason, been able to handle an issue whereby something like this has happened, it has been prosecuted, it has been investigated, interrogated, prosecuted until the end. And that's when people employ, because such things are written within the commission's guidelines and standards of what they're then supposed to be able to institute. It hasn't happened yet. Is it about time that we say this doesn't work? This NCIC that you mentioned, it does not work. Like Dennis has talked about, how many police stations are within the vicinity of ACK, of All Saints Cathedral? How many? If you want to go up Valley Road, if you want to go into the city center, if you want to go left to Nairobi West, if you want to go right to if you want to go right to Nairobi West, if you want to go left to Westlands.
Central Police
Station is right up the road. If you want to say that actually they were employed, there is a police station in the middle of the CBD. Apart from that, there's Parliament.
Less than 100 meters from ACK.
What are we talking about? If we want to be really serious about some of these things, I think we mollycoddle the situation. It's like that proverbial puppy that you pick up in the middle of the road and think, oh, what a cute puppy, and then it grows up to be a wolf that will eat you. And so right now, there's a lot of cuddling the enemy. And are we afraid to call something what it is for fear that we might ruffle feathers somewhere? Is the church afraid to say, this is unacceptable, it is criminal, should not be happening? You know why? The people who were hired themselves spoke up and said, we were hired, we received money, we know who these people are.
We had orders.
Why would that situation not have been arrested to date? Today is Tuesday. This thing happened on Friday. Why would that not happen? And why do we still want to say, okay, maybe you guys can do something about it? Like you're saying, this thing is going to eat away at Kenyans, at Kenya. And are we being too alarmist, or are we making too much noise? Or is it just okay? So you want to employ goons, no problem. Are we making too much noise? Are we making a mountain out of a molehill?
I don't think we are only expressing ourselves according to, we are facing the reality of things on the ground. And that's the truth of the matter. Let me take you back during the time of the Michuki rules. You remember Michuki rules when things were very bad? But he was able to call the Matatu industry into order. Even during the goons who are basically terrorizing people. He was like now in central Mongeke, and even in coast we had the Jeshila Mzee during that time. I think they were able, he was able to crack the whip. So there is somebody who is actually a little bit, somebody is sitting on the job. And I think we should actually, it's a high time now, the government should take that action, because security, it has to do with the government. For us, we are only there to advise and also guide, give a spiritual nourishment, and also stand in to condemn. And I think like now what you saw Sapit doing, already he has spoken. Have we really gotten an official communication from the government? I think we can't say we have really gotten an actual communication that can give us a driver to a positive reaction towards that. So to me, I feel, as the question that's been placed by my sister, is that we need to really now act by telling the government, it's the time now, you people, you have to come and protect the Kenyans.
What you talk about is political goodwill. You've given examples of Mwai Kibaki, and why he is being remembered is because at the time he had the political goodwill to make things move. You know, him moving, ruling with humility. It's because it's a decision. It is a will he had, and he practiced that which he believed in. Now, here we are calling upon the political class, because I'm going to give you an example. I remember there's a time when the president was around Gitanga Road and happened to pass through that. 10 minutes after the president left, with all the security that was there were goons who were attacking people and stealing from the population around Gitanga Road. That is the president's convoy that I'm talking about. And if you look at all these other convoys that do exist around politicians, there are goons. Even this Sunday, we saw the Linda Mwananchi group apologizing to the church in Thika, where they entered the church and there were individuals who were harassing the citizens who were in church, and they apologized and even fined themselves. Sifuna spoke about it. Now, when you talk about political goodwill, Mishuki, as you say, had a political goodwill to handle the problem. Are we seeing political goodwill in addressing this wolf that is coming to eat us? And in the absence of that, where do we go to?
I'll take you back to the story in the book of 1 Kings chapter 12 in connection to King Rehoboam, the son of King David after he passed on. And he was approached by the elderly group and told them, you see, we are really carrying a heavy burden. Please lighten it for us. Unfortunately, advisors play a great role. Advisors, and I repeat again, advisors play a great role, because the advisors to King Rehoboam by that time, they advised him that lighten it up, because these people you'll be able to serve them better. Unfortunately, he decided to go for the younger advisors who were there, who led him in an opposite direction. What happened? It broke the one united Israel into two kingdoms, the northern and the southern. So sometimes also listening keenly to advice, just like the way you see, I have to listen to the question and then I answer. I cannot be able to interject in the middle because there must be the sense of the whole state. I have to listen to the whole statement. The same case applies to our government. I plead as a clergy and as a bishop that is high time now they have to listen to Wanjiko. And we are it's only a matter of just doing what is right. Because security, I believe, if a murder is committed, and within a few hours or within 12 or 24 hours, they have gone all the way to Kakamega or wherever, or Busia, at the end of the border, getting the person who did that. Why not here at CBD? At Osage Cathedral, and this is a sacred place. These are Kenyans who are trying to exercise their freedom of expression. They were not doing anything. They were not coming up with other ideologies. That was it. So that's what I'm saying. It has really made us feel there is a disconnect. And that disconnect, as much as we are praying, there is always the aspect of what God says that you also have to act and ask yourself which is the way forward. And I think the way forward is for us to tell the government, I think it's a high time now. This monster, it is growing, and the moment it's going to outgrow, then it's going to be dangerous for all of us.
One of the leaders in the government said explicitly that the church should not be involved in matters governance this weekend from these happenings. What are your thoughts around that? Was it a church event, or was it a governance event that was being held within church premises? But even that, should that be the issue here, that the church must not be involved? We also, in just an adjunct to that, is that the Council of Muslim Leaders came out yesterday and very strongly condemned this as well, and said absolutely not, this cannot happen, almost echoing what you're saying this morning, that you can't get to a situation whereby religious institutions, houses of worship, then will be degraded in the way in which they were. But some leaders seem to think that the church must not be involved in matters governance.
Let me say that when I look at what is happening around, there must be something that has been choreographed, because why is it happening only in churches, and yet we have other faiths like the mosque, and it's not happening? There must be something that is being communicated in one or the other. And that's why I feel like the church is a target. And I don't know why, because in every election, the church has always stood and has given out its voice. So this time round, I feel the church must be involved. And I think, or probably we have someone who has a different opinion concerning the church at this moment in time, because every election, the church is always prayed. Every government prays for even including the government that is there in place right now. We have to pray. And one of the best things that I loved for this election in 2022, when we did the election, we prayed for a peaceful transition. I am telling you to the letter, we never had any that's as far as our elections were concerned by that time. This time round, somebody has gone the other way around, and now things are happening in a different way altogether. So to my understanding, I feel church has to be involved because we are dealing with the same, these are the same, our congregation are the Kenyans who are living in this border. And we do not have a Kenya A and a Kenya B. We only have one Kenya. And so therefore, one of the things that I'd like to say is that we have to think first and foremost a Kenyan. Because they are being brought about because of this tribal ethnicity, which are not helping us in any way. Because out of the 42 tribes, which tribe do you take to Somalia or to another country? None of these none, even the small one that we have. I think all of us, we are meant to live here. We are supposed to. Why can't we come up with policies and we form strategies like the way we've borrowed our constitution? We borrowed some of the articles from the American Constitution, and they are able to live and whereby they do election, and there is nothing like this that happens around. Why are we not becoming mature enough? If we can be able to formulate and come up with the county government, we can come up with with all these structures and the devolution. All these things are working. They are meant to help us so that we can be able to improve the standard of living of Wanjiko. Why is it that we cannot also upgrade ourselves to that level of political maturity that will help us to start walking that path? Whereby when I look at this particular person, I don't look at him from where he has come from. We look at him as a leader. Does he have qualities? And is he selling, whatever he's selling to us, is it viable?
Have Kenyans lost trust or respect for the places of worship? Why do I say that? Because if you remember, even during the 2024 demonstrations that happened in the country, and the demonstrators at the time, I don't like calling them Gen Zs, demonstrators, Kenyans at the time said, the church has let us down because they have perpetrated and allowed politicians to disrespect the law, to do everything against us, and we see the church continuing to cajole with the leadership at the time. And even now that we see such happening, could it be because Kenyans made a decision, and that the church is no longer a place to be respected based off how the church has conducted itself previously?
I may not really agree on that, because when I look at let me take you back to during the time of the election, in the pronouncement of our current president when he won the election by the IBC. Who was sitting next to the president? Ole Sapit.
Yes.
And he prayed. Do you know why? Because we were looking for a unified country. And that should be the direction we should be going. Why now this time around people are looking at it from a different direction is because people are agitated and people are depressed. Number one, inflation and cost of living. When someone has no money, has no food to put on the table, let me tell you that dealing with that kind of person now, anything that comes along the way, you will definitely have to misinterpret it until the food comes on the table. So, and that is where we are right now. There are people who are surviving with only one meal. Others, they don't even have that one meal. So, talking about the issue of people, the church, the Kenyans looking at the church from a different perspective, I would say it may have looked like we have really gone too much on that line. But don't forget that if you pray for something, for the peace of the nation, and it works for you, you'll continue telling the same creator, continue doing it for us, and then let's have the establishment of this government in the right manner. But when the policies change in between, then there is something that is not right in between that. And right now, what is happening now, we may get into a point whereby, number one, when you talk of now Christianity or any other faith, people go to these places of worship to seek God and also direction so that their livelihoods can be, better. But right now, the situation is deteriorating. So the voice of poverty and the high inflation has become more louder than even the way we are supposed to be communicating at the pulpit as the ministers of the gospel.
You talk about handling matters head on. Again, I'm going to bring up the example.
Yes.
These folks are on CCTV camera footage. It's available. The police came after the fact. It said that some police accompanied in plain clothes and uniform these folks to the church premises. People were scattered. There was violence here and there. People were scared, genuinely. And this happened. And this was one afternoon. It said that they also went to a different forum. I don't even know where they were. Was it within Parliament? Was it the same day? But this was the one that got people's attention. Is it, and if not, stopped? It's always been done. There's nobody who, it's always been done. They've always been used. But we are saying that now it must be stopped because it happened during the protests. It happened in 2024. It happened during the Sabasaba protests. The year after that, goons are being employed every weekend. Others who use goons to go and eat in a certain place who didn't eat, who then did other kinds of nonsense. It's happening every time, and so people are becoming comfortable with it because we make a little bit of noise, and then by Wednesday, we've kept quiet. Today's Tuesday. It's kind of dying down already.
Yes.
Unless we keep the conversation alive, that this is unacceptable. Is this something that unless spoken about and unless acted upon, this is already a cancer? It's not about when will it lodge. It's lodged. How do we cut it out? We know who's responsible for cutting it out. But what must we do? Maybe encourage this entity a little bit more to say, you got to do something about this. None of these goons has been arrested. Even the ones who came out and said, yes, I'm a goon. Goon is me. I was paid money, but he's still walking free, slept in his house that night. Surely.
Two wrongs cannot make a right.
Okay.
So therefore, I believe that the DCI and the AG and the full arm of government, they have to bring these people into books because they are seen. They are we can already see their faces, and they are here. They are in this country. The other day we saw, remember, I think one of the senators attacked in Kisumu, and then what happened? We could not be able to see that matter going very far. So it's like we are having some other issues that are being choreographed in a way that it is meant to make situation look even bad or to frighten the Kenyans, and then we can just keep quiet and we become silent. But I believe that the media is doing a good job, and you people are doing a good job. For us also, we have to keep on condemning some of these issues as clergy, simply because they are not in any way in our favor. They are not helping our country. We have a country to run, and even it's going to go beyond. And I think in any given time, one of the best principles I would like us to agree upon is that in any given government, there is always a 5-year term. That 5-year term matters a lot. How they will sell themselves, the kind of the work they will do for another opportunity to be re-elected and to continue serving.
Yeah.
So we don't have, in our constitution doesn't say that a particular government has to go for 10 years. It doesn't have to be for 10 years.
Yeah.
So that is what I'm saying. Then we have to, I would like to bring it to our president. Kenyans are agitated. I think things are not moving in the right direction. Please, look, can you address us now from the fact that things are not right, including now insecurity, high inflation, and others.
Yeah. Bishop, Kenyans are asking the question, and I'll just read some comments here from one, Linda Agole saying, stop allowing politicians on the pulpit. Elijah Sang is saying, let the church just stop. And by that, let me now expand further on that. The church has, for a very long time, said, everybody is welcomed in our space to come and worship with us. Anyone who wants to address anything, you can go do it from outside. Can we see the church implement that strictly? Because there is what is being said and is being appreciated, but you find that other denominations, one would say, are still allowing politicians to address the church from the pulpit. Can the church finally, in unison, say, politicians, ukikuja hapa, this is your seat, you listen to the sermon, after that, you go. If you want to address anyone, go to that field, very distant, very far away from the church, so that you can speak to Kenyans, whatever it is you want to say, but away from the vicinity of the church. Can that happen?
It can happen, and that's our direction. I'll tell you why. Simply because we also listen to our members, and they are also very agitated. And I remember there was a time that there was some, within my county, there was some politicians who wanted to come over to the church, and I sat down with the leadership of the church. They told me, no, Bishop, don't let them come in. And that is exactly what I did. I told them, no, sorry, if we go right now, the owners of this particular cathedral do not allow this. So, and they understood, because I told them, and I think now it's a high time we start now moving into recordings whereby we can, because now we have the technology, let them record, some of them let them record what they want to say. Then we censor. And then if it is not going to be of any game in terms of either development or a health issue that they want to address, if it's not going to help us, then we can be able to place it over there. And
can you stop them entirely altogether? Because today an opposition member will come, government will come and speak there. Can the church then be the ones directing? If you are a member of parliament, you want to talk about development, that message is well spoken about on the floor of the house. If you are government and you want to talk about development, there are channels where government can communicate with its people on very official means, so that the church is removed from communicating opposition or political messages on the pulpit. Can that be a direction, perhaps?
It's a direction, because that's the direction we are going to go. Because the way we are seeing things right now, we cannot allow it to happen. And I'm telling you, that's a discussion we are going to have as clergy. We are all going to call ourselves into order and agree that this time around, if politics now, if already we are 14 months before, and this is happening, then are we going to control the mess when it gets to the year of election, that is next year? So I think the best thing is that we are going to address it seriously. We are addressing it, but I think we need now to come up with forums whereby we will agree on the measures that are going to be taken through the right channel. Yes.
Okay. What does the outlook look for you into 2027, knowing that, unfortunately, folks are going to have to be walking on eggshells? Campaign season, whether it's been announced by the IEBC or not, is clearly in full throttle, or at least getting there soon. Everybody's already all over the place, and they've not announced it, but, it's already there. What's your outlook, and what would be your word of would it be advice to anybody, whether you're a politician, whether you're somebody who's watching to see what's going on, for this period that we're getting into, that in previous years has been marked with a lot of volatility?
One of the worst hit sector is the boda sector. I would say this, and I think I would encourage that from this going forward, we need to think of new strategies, like coming up with the circles that can be able to help our border, so that other than going for that 500 shillings and 1,000, we can be able to have other new ways of making sure that they are able to be integrated, they are able to work together, they are able not to be messed up by a particular politician, and the rule of law will be able to govern them in the right way. Because right now what is happening, it has been left just like that, so any politician can walk in and get a click of some of them and make use of them in a bad way. And I believe that we should, it's the high time now we start now coming up with forums to enlighten them and to tell them this is not the right way to go. 500, 1,000 will not help you, but if only we can come up with measures that are going to make sure that you have a continuity of an income, then that one is going to help us. And one of it is like, now if we were to do, can you imagine if we were to have all the circles, all borders in circles? They will be held accountable. Number two, they will even now be able to look at the bigger picture in terms of what they want to achieve in life. And from there, they'll be able to move forward. So my advice is that we need to know that we have no other country other than this country, Kenya. And all of us, we are supposed to respond to whatever is happening in a positive way. If it is a no, we say it is a no to everybody. And let us not try to ethnicise this issue by saying that it is coming from this community or that community. No. At the end of the day, if the country burns, whether you remember in Rwanda, Hutus and Tutsis, when it burned for all. So I think tonight, this moment in time, I would say, let us have, we need to appreciate the country that we have right now. Secondly, we have a government. We are not saying that there is no government. It has got a 5-year term. We have 1 year, 4 months to go. And then we will make mature decisions. Kenyans will make a mature decision in terms of where to go.
Yeah.
That's my advice. And not only that, that's an example. And many others that are meant to be,
2022 elections and the results that came after that put President William Ruto, that declared President William Ruto as president. The church is credited with being part and parcel of pushing that candidacy. In 2027 then, what role is the church playing in the political space? Because earlier you said the church has to be involved in one way or the other. What role will the church then be playing, seeing what is happening in the country today?
One of the things I said earlier is that when you look at 2022, why it looked like the church was more into bringing about the presidency, it is simply because we had more events happening around the church, more visits around the church, but unlike any other president before.
Because of the faith that he had.
Yes, that's the point now. And that one now made it now look like it was a bit extreme. But I think that's not a bad thing. It was okay.
Yes.
But now when I look at where we are and where we are heading to, we have to have a discussion as a church. We will have a discussion because we have only one country. And again, also, we aren't going to do things outside the law. We have to do things within the law, whereby we will agree on the various measures that are going to safeguard the altar as a sacred place, and at the same time also make sure that we also enlighten our members that they need not to cause violence. Let us continue now emphasizing on them, telling them that direction of the 500, 1,000, it's not helping us. Let us deal with the real issues: inflation, unemployment of the youth. What can we do to ensure that we lift their standard of living?
Yeah, because in every electioneering period, what is set out there is an agenda. The political class will set its agenda. Are we looking at a point where then the church as well is going to come up with an agenda that would be pushing, perhaps? Or will the church just find itself in the middle of the chaos and struggle to find its footing?
I can tell you without any fear of contradiction that when you look at the language of Ole Sapit, it is telling you something. And why he was involved right in the beginning to where we are right now, there is a reason for us to sit down and agree on the way forward. As for as clergy, we aren't going to do it for the worst. We are going to do it for the betterment of the Kenyans and also to ensure that we have a peaceful country altogether. Yes.
Okay, so we're at a place where you're not really sure. I think the word that is limbo, because would you say are you comfortable at this point, and others in the fraternity as well, that something is going to be done about this particular case, this most recent one of Friday? Do you think something's going to be done? Will people be arrested? Will people be brought to book?
I would actually say categorically, and looking at you, my sister, that our president, with all humility, as clergy, we are praying that the institutions of government that are supposed to safeguard the security of Kenyans, let them wake up.
Do you think they will?
Okay, we have to stay hopeful. We have to stay hopeful because I believe that if you can't listen to any advice, then you are heading to a destruction. And I don't think we want to go that direction.
One thing that would give hope that something is being done, I'm gonna paint two parallels. There is a time when Member of Parliament for Kasipul was killed, Ongondo area, at night, and in 24 hours, we already knew individuals had been arrested. There was people were in the cells, taken to court. We're talking about a similar situation, perhaps even one that has clearly spelled out, or CCTV that tells you who these individuals are. Because remember, as you look at the previous Ongondo situation, it was at night. But The work that went into piecing up the story to finally apprehend the individuals was there. But here, we have individuals, their faces can be seen, but nothing to show. Is there trust? Is there belief that something will be done? Does it paint positivity on that action is being taken?
Again, I believe that changes can happen, whereby we can wake up tomorrow and find that there is already the things have changed. And why am I saying this? It's simply because we can't sit down to watch things getting worse every day. There must be a path to come out of these issues. And one of it is, number one, we are God-fearing country. Number two, we have to call things that are not working as they are, and telling our government to make sure that they put things in place so that we can have security for all Kenyans. Because we will not have security, insecurity in our country, and we expect that even the running of this constitution and running of the days-to-days businesses and living of the Kenyans will continue in the right manner. Even preaching. Without peace, we cannot be able to preach. And without even those members we are talking about, if they are agitated and they are even they are lacking their daily necessities, is also another problem altogether. So I feel like there is need for us now to address it, and I hope they will be able to listen and be able to do the right thing. To me, I'm also holding the government accountable that they need to give a statement that is going through action. Not on a statement. We want to see it happening, so that we can have a clear way of knowing that this is the way we are going. Remember, one of the problems I would like to say is that we had a problem in Mount Kenya, and we got an opportunity to have Michuki, and Michuki dealt with Mungiki squarely.
Yes.
And it was coming from his own backyard.
Yeah.
And he dealt with it. So I think this one, let them deal with this issue because it's not helping us in any way. And again, also it is causing Kenyans are becoming more agitated. And I also remind our government that is in place. We still have until next day. It's our government, it's our president right now.
Yes.
We prayed for it, and we are there to continue pushing for that agenda. But the Kenyans will judge this government based on their performance.
Yes.
And if they can be insecure, then automatically we are losing. That's one of the ways of losing the vote at the polling station.
Yes.
All right. So those are the conversations that we are having this morning. Thank you for joining us this morning and for giving us that information, because it's necessary from your mouth to God's ears, and that action needs to take place for sure. Bishop Dr. George and Kamal, thank you for joining us this morning. And for everybody, thank you for being in the Situation Room this morning. It's 10:01.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. Kenya remains at high risk of importing the prevailing Budibungyo Ebola virus, currently ravaging some parts of the DRC and Uganda, which have recorded 141 deaths so far. According to the Ministry of Health, though the country is considered high risk, systems are in place to contain its entry and management. Speaking during a weekly meeting with departmental heads in the Public Health Department, Public Health and Professional Standards Principal Secretary Mary Mutanu insisted there was no case in the country, but emphasized strict vigilance to ensure the virus does not cross the borders. Consequently, healthcare officials are being sensitized twice weekly, with PS Mutanu confirming a standby surge team of over 300 healthcare officers in all the 25 counties identified as either very high risk or high risk. As of 13th June, 91 cases had been tested from the laboratory, but all turned negative. Out of the cases reported in DRC and Uganda, 22 cases involve healthcare providers. Victims of police brutality, torture, enforced disappearances and deaths during demonstrations could receive compensation of up to 2.5 million shillings under a new framework unveiled by the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. The proposed reparations model seeks to establish a structured compensation system for victims of human rights violations while strengthening accountability and ensuring those affected receive recognition, justice and restitution. Under the framework, violations involving the right of life would attract the highest payouts. Victims of enforced disappearances would receive at least 1.5 million Kenya shillings plus medical expenses, while survivors of torture would be compensated a minimum of 2 million Kenya shillings alongside reimbursement of treatment costs. The Commission has also proposed compensation for violations involving the right to freedom and security. Victims who suffer severe physical injuries would receive a minimum of 1 million Kenya shillings plus medical expenses, while those with moderate injuries would be awarded at least 500,000 Kenya shillings and medical costs. For minor injuries, the proposed minimum compensation is 50,000 Kenya shillings in addition to medical expenses. Victims of arbitrary arrest and detention would also be entitled to a minimum of 50,000 Kenya shillings. Sexual violence survivors would receive significant compensation under the framework. Victims of aggravated sexual violence would qualify for at least 2 million shillings plus medical expenses, while survivors of rape, defilement and sexual assault would receive a minimum of 750,000 Kenya shillings alongside treatment costs. The Kenya National Examination Council has launched an online platform to empower teachers with assessment and reporting through the competency-based education system. The system is available through the Competency-Based Assessment Learning Management System, managed by NEC Educational Assessment Resource Center. According to NEC, the system is specifically designed for teachers, assessors and question developers and aims to enhance skills in competency-based assessment, examination preparation, marking and reporting of students. It also complements the services provided through the EARC Learning Management System, a comprehensive platform for professional learning and continuous development for teachers and other education stakeholders. Both systems are free and allow users to learn at their own pace while tracking their progress through various learning modules. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
More of the classics and the hits you love. Neo Soul.
You don't really rock with me. You just want me spend my change.
Neo Soul. More of the classics and the hits you love.
You play the best music.
94.4 SpiceFM.
Back to the music.
Nothing can be done against the truth, no matter how we read.